Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I game and pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave,
touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. 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 Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. I'm a jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick, get a grip of my pen frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fate? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, cause I don't need like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's mine soon. Non-believer, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live favor, never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. And the hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Will be an icon, and the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show. The way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, they wanna be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and feel. Stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when the face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league, if you wanna get to me, I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on a centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive. Touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you?
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO3 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
拿下下一个第一，
Ready to go wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Thì mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Ready to go wild.
提起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Alright, welcome back to the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 Season number 1. We are going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Giang. With me is Autolus when we have another batch of games set in store for you guys.
Surprise, surprise, coming at you is Giang and Autolus, and it's not often that I am on duty on a Friday, but today is a special day because, again, my good friend Jitan asked for some substitution, at least for this day alone. But yeah, this is an exciting day to cast Giang, and we all know this the set of matches that we have for today is going to be such a banger. Opening it all is, of course, the Philippines pride, Manila NAOS, going against the #1 team from China. Is this how it feels, Giang? You know, being a caster from NA and EU and facing against the power. I think this is how it feels, right?
Yeah. It's exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time. You know, we have our first series right off the bat. We have NAOS Esports facing up against KBG Gaming, which is the top performing team right now in this tournament. And every single player has been performing so well, but we can't help but also recognize the highlight plays that Andran has made, especially with his Yonip play. And now we have other games as well: OMG, FPX, and then Weibo Gaming and Invade Esports. So 2 APAC matches set in store for us today. Let's see how they are going to be performing right now.
Yeah, the return of the APAC teams, right? We know that last week only KT Roster Y did play. As respect to the then SEA Games, by the way, huge congratulations to the Philippines, to Vietnam, and also to Singapore for bagging medals or the podium finishes. And speaking of medalists, we also have one which is going to play on our third match. The Bangkok INV Dragon Laner is the bronze medalist, and the just recently concluded SEA Games But yeah, it's going to be a very exciting match overall. One thing that I'm really afraid of or scared of or nervous of is that this team that has just found their groove since their second match, KBG, has gone on a 9-game win streak.
Undefeated at all, except for their one loss against Nova Esports, but they're the only team right now to have this kind of win streak. Unstoppable. Every game has been either a one-sided beatdown or them kind of like playing against their opponent with some creative picks.
Yeah.
And trailing a little bit behind, it's J-Team. Nova Esports is slowly actually climbing up the ladder right now. So props to them as well. The reigning or the former Icons Global champions. They even picked up the Nasus in the jungle for long, which was hilarious and also kind of traumatizing for their opponent at the time.
Yeah, to me, the only thing that really surprised me there was JWG and FPX being at the bottom of the standings. But we move on to standings APAC. And for APAC, we have KT Rolster Y as the #1 team. Of course, they have handled their business going against the APAC teams. This is basically the secret formula, right, Giyang? If you win against APAC teams, then chances are you would be at the top of the standings because it's just so hard to win against the Chinese teams. Coming at second is Manila NAOS, and they're going to play the #1 team from China, so it's going to be extremely spicy.
Oh yeah. I mean, the CN teams are just built different, you know? They are really strong, they are very creative, they are very disciplined as well in everything that they do into the game. And it's really hard to take them down. Even in the pick and bans, it's so difficult to assess what they are going to be picking up, what they are going to be surprising, bringing into the table to take on whatever team they come across. And now we are going into our first match. NAOS Esports versus KBG Gaming. This is going to be very interesting because NAOS Esports, we have seen them, we haven't seen them for quite a while. They had a lot of time to prepare, and now every preparation they made has to be fully utilized because they're facing right now the top of the tournament.
For sure. Calm in the Baron lane, Zappy in the jungle, of course Mitsura in the mid lane will have a handful of what we think is the best mid laner here in the tournament, and that is NR9. We go to the lineup of KBG. Again, this squad has been on a tear, and this is no fluke, Giyang, because again, talking about this team, they are the reigning defending WRL champions, right? And now they have shown once again why they are one of the favorites in this tournament. We see NR9, and it's almost going to be highlights after highlights. Yeah, this is just going to be an exciting match to see. We look at the stats, and you would see a big discrepancy. One thing to note, Giyang, there's a lot of games that KBG has already played. Meanwhile, now I feel that they have played like 5 series only. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. Okay. They played 5 series, and most of them reached game 3s as well. So that's why we're seeing a relatively high number of games as well on the red side. KBG Gaming has both high number of games on blue side and red side. Most wins are actually on red side, so maybe that's something that they are going to be looking forward later on. But NAOS Esports, they do have a higher amount of first Herald and first Tower, so that can be something that they are going to be looking for. Maybe secure the Ziggs and the Rivet early, maybe try to work around securing the Herald as well to enable their push in the mid lane tier 1.
Yeah, that's been the name of the game for APAC, right? We love our Rift Heralds, we love our first towers because it just gives us a lot of momentum. If anything, APAC teams really knows how to play from ahead. And for KBG, they're just so content. Even though, you know, you look at their stats and you look at their preference of going for the first dragon, they're just so confident that they can weather the storm and still win the late game. And that's KBG for you. They are the team with multiple phases, with all phases, right? So they have 1, 2, 3 compositions ready. I'm just so excited as to what they have prepared for NAOS.
I'm also excited what NAOS is going to be bringing into the table right now. One of the performances I really adore is Rave's Nautilus performance recently, and with a good synergy as well by Zappy that allowed them to enable the rest of the team, especially when they battled against Team Flash, and they secured a 2-0 against them as well that ended their 3-game lose streak against Service Esports, J-Team, and Thundertalk. So now they have to really channel the same energy facing off KBG. I hope they really are going to be able to do that, because one of the ways they were able as well to win the game is through Mirmo's Ashe performance, and it's just a sight to see.
Yeah, let's go over to the introductions. We are going to listen in to the host as the teams will be introduced.
而今天 KBG 能否在这个舞台上拿到属于他们的10连胜，让我们到比赛中一探究竟。接下来，让我们欢迎 Manila NAOS Esports 以及 KBG Gaming。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Laura. Today is the third match day of week 6, with the first match being played by NAOS versus KBG. NAOS will do its best in the face of the strong opponent KBG, and whether KBG can get 10 consecutive wins on this stage today, let's find out in the game. And now it's time to welcome Manila NAOS Esports and KBG Gaming.
We have not yet experienced the strength of WRL 2 champion. Let me try to see how strong you are.
What the?
今天你们必将成为我们10连胜的垫脚石。
Well, I don't know what they said, but I'm very excited for what NAOS Esports is going to be going into this game. They want KBG to experience something here for NAOS Esports. But
Yeah,
again,
you know the saying, right? Be careful what you wish for.
Oh man.
Yeah, they are basically hoping to get a taste of the WRL S2 champions, and it is going to happen now, like right now. So to all believers out there and to all naysayers, all we ask is that you share this stream because it is going to be a very lively best of 3 series.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it is a joy to see as well NAOS Esports facing off right now KBG Gaming, the reigning best team right now in the world in this tournament as well, ranking first and also ranking first in many tournaments that they have joined over the past few months. And even last year, WRL, Huya the Legend Cup, both of which they have won first place as well. And it's all because of the intense synergy. I mean, these guys are just on a different level.
Yeah. Add to the fact that they were able to draft and find a prodigy in the mid lane. It's almost always going to be a recipe for success. And finding a very good mid laner that will be able to synergy well with your team. Xiaoma, ladies and gents, he's basically one of our featured players in this upcoming match because he's going against Mirmo. And if anything, Mirmo has shown that he can stand against the best of the best. At least, you know, his Ashe has been respected by the Chinese region. It actually begs a question. Is it going to be another respect ban on the Ashe by KBG, or are they confident that they can handle the Ashe?
Well, during their match against Team Flash, it wasn't actually banned away. But maybe KBG is going to be looking to either get it or respect it at the same time. Well,
yeah.
I look at these players from NAOS, and I can't help but recall their karaoke video that they posted on their Facebook page, and they were just having such a good time.
Yeah, I was teasing that Anra9 has to be prepared because this guy's just had Filipino karaoke buff.
And Brave won that, right? It was so good.
It is indeed. As we look into the head-to-head, the stats aren't that far, right? But is it really indicative of the performance of Mitsura and Anra9? If anything, my biggest takeaway has been Mitsura being able to really turn the heads of almost all spectators out there. He's just able to make plays left and right and is often being scouted by opposition just because he's willing to, you know, bring out his Kassadin, which is one of the few players that is willing to play that.
He is just so creative in the mid lane, and actually similar to Anra9, he used a lot of different champions as well into the mid lane. I believe they only differ in the Yasuo, in the Gwen, and the Kassadin in terms of champions. So hopefully Mitsura is gonna be able to bring something into the table right now into this match as he face off against Anra9. And Mirmo right here, the Ashe God so far starting their games of NAOS Esports really well, is gonna be facing off against Xiaoma.
Yeah, we look back at the history of NAOS Esports. Many have believed that they have overachieved, they have overperformed, and they should not be here in this tournament because they were part of the LCQ squad, right? They were the winners of LCQ. And the main reason why they are here is because of this guy. His Ashe and his Dragon Lane presence has been so steady. In fact, in terms of being able to not die, Mirmo is just so good at that, right? So being able to position himself well is definitely a plus, especially if you're going for frontline compositions and your backline would be left defenseless. His Senna, his Ziggs, and definitely his Ashe is going to be something to look forward to.
And Mirmo as a person, ever since in League of Legends PC, I believe he was maining ADC already. And when Wild Rift started, he was always going for ADC. So in terms of mastery, he's just so good already at his role right now and just looking to constantly improve and maybe match the aggressive playstyle of Shama. And now we go into the fight for side in which Mitsura actually is going to be facing off against Anran 9. Interesting, so we have seen a lot of Dragon Laner players actually play here in our fight for side, but we're going back into seeing Andra 9 and Mitsura, our mid laners of NAOS Esports and KBG, gonna be going with a 1v1. May the best man win.
This is a very good warm-up, I should say, for both gentlemen. And yeah, I know that you keep track of the 1v1 stats, right? The last time I was able to cast KBG, Andra 9 lost the 1v1.
Yeah.
So he's no longer the 1v1 king that we expected him to be all throughout the season.
I mean, I was so excited when I watched that live stream as well. Yeah. So and they were under tower as well, and it was such an incredible performance as well by Luna. So props to him actually defeating or taking Anran out of his throne, at least in the fight for side. But still, it was a spectacular sight to see. Now we will see Mitsura trying to battle against that mid lane god himself. And KBG surprisingly has been losing 2 fight for side matches now in a row. Shauma also lost against Golden Feet when they had a Varus versus Jin. The last curtain call of Golden Feet was genius. It was like, oh, you're dead. Oh, you're dead.
I don't want to count that just because it's not Unrun 9 that played. I get you, and I understand that that's already 2 matches or 2 side selection that went over to the other side. But record-wise, how many times did KBG win convincingly their FFS off of this guy? Like 7 times now? Like, it's not even close, right? That's really the thing here. He's just not winning. He's winning in a very dominating fashion. And that basically is really opening the eyes of a lot of coaches because his skills is easily translatable from the Howling Abyss 1v1 setup to the Wild Rift.
And it always uses different champions as well, even in the mid lane. And this guy, there's just no way of finding a weakness on this person. It's so difficult to do that. It's like, I can't even describe it. He is just so good in his role into the mid lane, also maintaining his aggressive playstyle all the way against any opponent. This is going to be the first time we are going to be seeing a Tristan as well here in the fight for side. So nice. Mr. brings something into the table now.
Yeah, the only thing that I hope is that Mitsura would have access to HOB. Alright, it is going to be Kraken Slayer, which is basically our version of Press the Attack. So 1, 2, 3 hits would be able to chunk down under 9. Expect an all-in at level 2 because that's how you utilize a Tristan 1v1 setup, right? You jump in, you rocket jump, and you basically have the explosive shot ready.
Oh yeah, especially in the laning phase in 5v5, you see a lot of dives happening, especially when there is either a tank or a Nami at times. Level 2 is so difficult to win against a Tristana.
There you go.
Engage. Something that we have been talking about. Again, the explosive charge is going to do a lot of damage. One more auto could have done the trick there. But still, Andra 9 dealt a lot of damage onto him as well.
Yep. The only caveat there is that it's not HOB or Hill of Blades, right? But that's okay. Mitsura has to be careful. The Piercing Arrow. Not as, I would say, hurtful because, again, Piercing Arrow now has that condition that you need to apply some blighted arrow stacks in order for the damage to really be felt by your opponent. So that's one thing that has been changed at least in not really recent memory, but I guess it's been over a year now that that change has been applied to Wild Rift.
Yeah. I wonder, especially we will be having our quote-unquote buff for our marksman in the upcoming patch 4.2.
It's a rumor though.
So, I hope it's gonna. I mean, I hope it's going to be impactful because we have seen a lot of just stable picks on APCs lately. We have seen other teams trying to adapt, trying to pick up the Kaisa, pick up the Vayne. But we do see Lucian, but at least it's only used into the mid lane, right? So hopefully that will be enough to kind of turn the tides around in terms of the meta.
There's a potential all-in.
Oh, yeah. Andran gonna be taking a lot of damage there. Exhaust gonna be used as well, but Mr. might actually be in trouble. Try to jump away again. And then 9 will just win that short fight.
Yeah, it really helps Unrun 9 here in the process just because of some minions attacking Mitsura. And also there was definitely an item disadvantage to the side of Mitsura. Unrun 9 already had a completed serrated dirk plus 1 longsword. And I believe that that's mainly is the reason why that trade was favorable to Unrun. You look at the items right now, components for Mitsura and a completed Youmuu's Ghostblade for Unrun. And some would say that this is not the best 1v1 item just because Youmuu's Ghostblade is all about mobility and all that. But we look at the stats and armor penetration really hurts a lot in this 1v1 scenarios.
I believe it has the highest armor penetration as well on all the lethality items in Wild Rift.
Possibly,
so being compared as well to sometimes to Black Cleaver, we do see a lot more benefits on this particular item. Whereas Black Cleaver does have armor penetration whenever it deals some damage, but in the single target burst damage, this item does more, and Mitsura is taking a lot there. Has to recall, but Andran keeps preventing him.
Yeah, he needs to recall just because he wants to get his hands to the Blade of the Ruin King power spike. Now Unrun already has the advantage. You look at the gold total, right? He's close to 4.4k now. Meanwhile,
wow,
Mitsura is really struggling. Although, if anything, there are only 2 ways to win in this 1v1. One is to kill your opponents twice, and the other one is to break down towers. It is still very much winnable for the Tristana, because as we all know, his burst is one of his best trait or best ability.
But every time Andran is going to be able to poke him down, that creates some hesitation here for Mitsura as well. And every time he uses his explosive charge into the wave, that buys some time here for Andran to just continue poking him out, have a bit more safety in the lane as well. Mitsura not going to be finding that poke that cancelled onto his recall. Just going to be trying to clear out the wave for now.
Alright. I'm looking at the items of Unrun 9. He's definitely wanting that Edge of Night, which would negate a lot from Mitsura.
Oh no. Chain of Corruption. But he managed to still jump away. Andran there's going to be flashing in.
Oh, nice
into
exhaust.
The piercing arrow. Can he actually get away? No. Andran wins the 1v1.
Yep. It was a nice exhaust because it was able to negate like 30% of the damage. But those are what we call the windows, the 1v1 timings, windows of having the upper hand when it comes to the items. He knew that at that point Mitsura hasn't backed yet and hasn't been able to buy anything for himself. And so now the problem for Mitsura has just doubled because this Edge of Night, I don't think he will ever proc this. Because one, you have to use your explosive shot to really get the veil off. And so it negates a lot of burst damage from Mitsura's side.
Oh, look at the burst coming in from Andran as well. Just 2 skill shots and an auto attack, and this should be over. And let's say Mitsura's gonna be jumping in onto Andran, right? You have to use either the explosive charge or your ultimate to proc this out.
Exactly.
So that's a lot of damage negated just because of a single item.
And I don't think the passive of the explosive shot is going to take off this veil or this Edge of Night. I mean, the only thing that could happen to the benefit of Mitsura is if ever Unrun 9 grows overextended and decides to greed under the tower. But we all know that Unrun 9 is just going to be content, sniping away, dishing damage from afar. Speaking of range advantage, of course, Varus has that, right? Especially at the early levels.
Andran playing for stability, and it's very hard to win if you're Mitsura right now. Taking a bit of damage there from the piercing arrow, watching out for the chain of corruption, which will connect. Just one auto attack should do the trick, and that's it. 2-0 Mitsura. Getting shocked there a little bit. But Andran 9 is going to be all smiles this time, as KBG will have side selection priority.
The idea is there. Tristana is really known to be a very good 1v1 champion, at least in our parent game. But because of the lack of the runes that we have available here in Wild Rift, he had to go for a Kraken Slayer, which is really not the best during the early levels, because what really makes Tristana broken is the HOB, you know, the immediate proc of 1, 2, 3 hits and then jump back, and that's basically how you win the trade. Add to the fact that Unrun 9 had flashed at that point, so I understand that Mitsura had the upper hand. But Unrun 9 still was so stable, was so relaxed, was so calm, and just played through his strengths, which is to maximize the range and the pokes.
And this time around, we also are going to be seeing KBG Gaming going on red side. Their most won lane, or at least side, 12 wins of 14 games. That is a very tough stat to beat if you're NAOS Esports. Also on blue side, they only had 2 games in which they've won 1. But it can be quite difficult now, as well, it is Andran 9 they are facing. The only good side I think I am seeing right now for NAOS Esports is that since they are blue side, they will have first pick priority, and they will have the opportunity to ban Andran's champions.
And also snag away the Senna if left open, right? I don't think Ashe is a first pick worthy champion, but if it does come through, it has something to do with their game plan being set and ready, right? We have to remember that it's been 2 weeks since we saw NAOS last, and that means that, you know, more practice time was available to them. And we all know, you know, if you give one team 2 weeks to plan for a particular team, things will be tested by a whole lot, right? So it's going to be an exciting time. Let's see if there will be any cheese strategy available for NAOS.
Oh yeah.
If anything, I really love their development, at least in this tournament. Their patience has grown. Their ability to team fight is definitely going to be up there, of course. But yeah, this is a different beast though, Kiyang, because KBG is like the #1 team in China.
And well, they are trying to be as proactive as they can as well, trying to be as aggressive as they can. That is a big development, I would say, here on the side of NAOS Esports. Hopefully they do transfer that or channel that into this game as well against KBG Gaming, because it's going to be very difficult to do that. Having to be on blue side again, we have talked about the possible picks that they might get. Senna hopefully does come through, but I'm liking what I'm seeing right now. Big respect towards Andran. I'm not even gonna be surprised if they ban the Yone.
They have to.
They have to.
Andran 9 Sione, especially after pulling off that montage play just a couple of days ago, should at least leave something towards their opponent, a fear, you know, on that specific champion. But if you're NAOS, you are faced with so many things, right? You have to ban away the Shen, you have to ban away the Akali. Is it okay to invest really a Yone ban on your third ban here? We're going to find out real soon.
It's normally KBG does get the Yone at the second pick phase, right?
Exactly.
Normally they do get the other champions first, particularly the support, sometimes parts as well. Will this be a Ziggs path here for NAOS, or
well, yeah. Go ahead with your
order. Will they pick up the Ashe here? Given that you said that the Ashe isn't really a first pick worthy champion, maybe the Nautilus should be a priority here, at least for Wraith, since his performance with it has been really good.
There's a Gragas though. Okay, Nautilus is indeed the champion of choice for Wraith, but this is the UU special, right? And one of the champions that he can really break your team apart is by locking this in, this Gragas. A combination of being able to engage and disengage, and also a beefy frontline that really works well with their game plan, with KBG's game plan. Alright, so what would be their next pick here? I'm assuming this is going to be a Ziggs angle, in where NAOS would be answering with a Varus or a Fiora priority. That's interesting.
Oh yeah. Fiora for KG, possibly here for KPS Gaming, is indeed going to be exciting to see. But we have seen as well a lot of Gragas and a Varus combination being picked up by these Chinese teams, and KPS Gaming, they might actually go into it since NAOS Esports has picked up the Ziggs. Again, Chain of Corruption into the cast. A lot of isolation plays are possible with those abilities. And some teams even picked up the Xin Zhao for the Crescent Guard. It's just so difficult to penetrate those front lines with those abilities.
And Datone is a very good Xin Zhao player. We all know that. He often does not surprise you or amaze you with mechanics, but rather him being able to play for the team is basically his MO. Now we look at the draft right now, and basically
they're just copying now.
By the way, this is a big Vi pickup by NAOS Esports. It just means one thing: they want to be able to get that pick composition through. And this is also what really is scaring me right now for KBG, because KBG had the option to go for all Olaf, and that mainly is the reason why Ashe is not first pick worthy, right? Because with one pick of an Olaf and with Fiora being able to really lane well on the side lane, there's really no avenue for you to use the Ashe, and that I think is the reason why NAOS Esports went with the safer pick of the Ziggs.
Well, Olaf going to be coming through for KBG, but now has the chance to ban the Varus this time around. Exactly. So that is a relief, I would say. KBG will still have a chance to pick up either the Karma or the Zoe here. And both are actually going to be fine for them because they have a lot of engaged potential already. They have side lane pressure as well. Jay's going to be denied here for NAOS Esports. But I'm so far, well, comparing to these two, the three picks of NAOS Esports and KBG, who do you favor more?
They have their own set of win conditions. I honestly feel that it's a 50-50. Depends really as to what would be the last two picks. Okay. Alright, well, KBG is saying that it's our time to play the Ashe. That's okay, right? We basically have pinpointed that this is going to also be a key matchup. Xiaomao going against Mirmo. I think if anything, KBG really did their homework in banning the Zen and banning the Jace as well, because that takes away a lot of things from Mitsura. But Mitsura still has a quirky pick.
No.
Oh my god! All right.
My god.
Okay, so this is going to be a Zeri in the mid lane. That's for sure, right?
Yeah.
So this is basically their answer to Quirky's Mitsura, to Mitsura's Quirky. Now, how effective will the laning phase be for Unrun 9 with the Zeri? Absolutely not, right? Zeri is not really the best laning champion out there, not really the best early game champion out there. And it's so exciting to see as to how KBG would be pulling off this quote-unquote scaling lineup, because they still have very decent early game. One thing to note, this is definitely going to be a UU game. If UU won't be able to help KBG pop off in the first few minutes of this game, they will have a harder time against the draft of NAOS Esports.
And UU has been one of the keys that allowed KBG to just make a lot of team fighting plays for themselves and win a lot of team fights as well whenever they face an opponent. And interestingly so, Andran gonna be picking his 10th champion right now, the Zeri as well, after seeing Z's performance yesterday against Cerberus Esports, right? In which, in the late game, especially with that, when they secured the Elder, thanks to X-Buy with the Shen, just unlocked the Zeri, and there was no way for Cerberus Esports, at least, to chase him down. But in this case, it still is going to be very scary. NAOS Esports does have the Vi, they have the Nautilus as well, so the lockdown is present for NAOS Esports. And generally, if you're Andran, you just have to play it extra safe.
Yeah, but playing extra safe against a team that would just dive you underneath your tower, talking about NAOS Esports, we all know that, there's a quick pause, I believe. Yeah, so more time for us to dissect. I really love the draft of NAOS Esports right now because, again, one way to control a double marksman composition is for you to really have that all-in potential on your side, right? And Vi is the perfect jungler for that. Giango, with one cease and desist, she is allowed to go into the backline, wreak havoc, and lock down one member. And again, the primary target here is to make Unrun 9 not enjoy playing game
yeah.
number 1.
Yeah, we even talked before the live stream started that if KBG is going to be trying to play this a little more playful and not all too serious in a way, experiment a couple of picks, then that can be the chance here for NAOS Esports to actually try to punish that, since most of the time when Chinese teams win a single game, they like experimenting a bit, but some teams actually want to play around during game number 1. KBS Gaming gonna be that particular team with the double marksman. And, well, they are going to be banking a lot on UU's initiation, maybe through KG's side lane potential as well, and maybe the Ton with securing all the objectives for them. But NAOS Esports has a really nice composition. They have so much frontline power, they have backline access, they have a lot of damage, especially in the late game with the Corki. So hopefully they do fully utilize it in this game.
And do not be surprised if Unreal 9 will just blow up to pieces in 1 second, right? Because one ult from the Vi plus 1 Mega Inferno Bomb from a very fed Ziggs would be able to destroy the life of Azeri real quick. Also, one thing to note, we have to go back and, of course, highlight the strengths of the Ashe pick. KBG is now saying that, hey, you know what? You're not the only team that is able to play this champion. We are also capable of playing this champion. And one of the best things to really abuse if you are an Ashe team is his ability to use his hawk shot or her hawk shot, right? Because it will give you vision information in the early game, preventing those ganks to happen.
And Shama is no stranger to that as well. He used it against Service Esports in game number 1 and was very fascinating to see as well. Now we will see it again picked up in the Dragon Lane. Let's see how he is going to be posting against Mirmo here, since the Ziggs does have a relatively good wave clear and also zone control with a Mega Inferno Bomb. Rafe gonna be seeing you here, just saying hi for the meantime, and you just pokes him out a bit.
I don't think I ever saw an Ashe winning a lane, right? Because oftentimes, you know, if you pick the Ashe, it will all be defensive, volley left and right, and you would already see that UU is making his presence felt right away by rotating topside. We all know that this is a favorable matchup to the Riven, because again, with all-in potential and with Ignite available, you can easily have that all-in potential against the Fiora. So all across the board, I'm really liking the draft here by NAOS. If they won't be able to win with this draft, I don't know what else to pick against this, you know, Chinese team.
Like right off the bat, all lanes should be better in terms of situation for NAOS Esports, right? Even Riven versus Nautilus should favor against the Fiora versus Gragas matchup, especially with the lockdown of the Nautilus and the follow-up that the Riven can provide. With the Vi, ganking is going to be much better for them, especially even against an Olaf, right? Because you can pop the Ragnarok, but you don't really deal that much damage, and you're so squishy as well in the early game. And with the Riven and Vi, that killing blow should be much better, easier here for them.
Exactly. This is one of those games that, you know, all those comments saying that this is a draft diff, I absolutely think that that's not going to be the case, at least in this game. If ever KBG wins, it will all come down to as to how they executed their draft. And you look here, Datone is already trying to corner Calm on the top side.
Wow. Yeah, especially that, well, Rafe went out at least, and we do see that the support or the jungler of NAOS Esports went into the bottom lane. So now with numbers advantage, KBG can just threaten top lane. NAOS Esports has to give a lot of respect. Now they go into recall, get their items as well. It is 2.5 minutes into the game. You might be in trouble, still able to survive.
Yeah, I don't think an all-in by a level 4 Riven is going to be a threat whatsoever to a very chunky, very healthy Gragas. We all know that. This is basically one of the things why we love our Ashes here in APAC, right? Because it gives you enough vision. There's an arrow connecting to Mitsura.
Oh, Andernan gonna be trying to deal some damage here. Mitsura gonna get exhausted as well. But lack of damage of Zeri means that the Corki is gonna be surviving. I think that was like 10 auto attacks. Andernan tried to go onto him, but not enough.
That just goes to show that, you know, an early game Zeri doesn't really... It's not really scary at all, right? We all know this. Mitsura also going to be how should I call this? He's also going to be adjusting his item route. I would go for the scaling item as well, going for the Muramana. So he basically wants to be that late game threat, being able to at least, threaten on run 9. Mitsura still has flash. Yeah, there we go. I just want to commend Mitsura and with that interaction just a while back. Arrow connects, but no panic whatsoever for the side of Mitsura. He did not even use his flash, and that just goes to show that he's calm. He's he's so ready for this matchup.
Yeah, very disciplined as well. Not allowing anything to be exhausted at the very least, especially in some of the spell. Now he is going to be much safer being in the bottom lane. Shama always casting the Enchanted Crystal Arrow whenever it is on cooldown, but enter the top lane, it didn't land onto anyone. So that is a window of opportunity for NAOS Esports to work around in the map. Again, mid lane, Andra 9 isn't really strong as of the moment. Maybe they can try to gank it through Zaupi. Since Ziggs is also there, most probably Wraith gonna be able to rotate here into the mid lane as well.
For sure, right? This is basically standard Wild Rift in where you put the Ziggs in the mid lane heading into the first objective fight. Now, there are very good vision wards that KBG was able to place. One of them just got cleared by Zaupi. Now, Zaupi, I believe, already has enough money to buy Trinity Force, but you would see that there's like a discrepancy already right on the get-go. Olaf already has a completed Trinity Force, meanwhile Vi is just lacking that recipe or lacking that 300 gold that is needed to complete the item. Now we look at the overall state of the game, and it looks like we will have a trade.
Zaupi gonna be taking the RH. Ash gonna be using the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to isolate with a cast. Megan for the mob gonna be as well. Shama taking a bit of damage. Drake will just fall down. That also will be the dragon here for KBG.
And that's a first blood. But again, talking about APAC, we love our first towers, we love our first heralds. That is still going to be an advantage overall to the side of NAOS. Yeah, KBG was able to get the scaling dragon. However, if Mitsura dies here, then it's all for nothing.
Oh, really good coming in from KBG. They got 2 kills, one onto Wraith, one onto Mitsura, and the dragon as well. So that kind of equalized the goal that they got.
Yikes. Yeah, big yikes moment. And again, you cannot fault Mitsura. He had to defend that tower. It just so happened that KBG, again, is just so crisp with their play. Arrow connecting, explosive task on the perfect space, perfect pixel. Wraith had no chance. He wanted to get that return kill against Shauma, but Shauma was quick to his feet and was still able to survive.
Bottom slam. The flash in by Zaupi will secure the kills now, and trying to get the arrow, not going to be working that much. Onto Calm, still able to disengage, but here comes a follow-up.
Zaupi though!
Cease and desist for the counter there. 2 for 1 now by NAOS Esports. And a little bit late into the fight. Will going to be able to pop in the
Under
no, they actually turn onto him. Megan for the bomb going to be used as well. Now, NAOS Esports gets 3.
All Zaupi MVP, 3 kills to the side of NAOS Esports for the price of nothing. That just goes to show how they are so good. Actually, there was a return kill. It was against Calm, but if you're Calm, you're okay with that. Your team was able to get 3 kills in the process. And again, just those very good and proactive plays coming from Zaupi has been one of the biggest reasons why NAOS has shown a lot or a big improvement overall from their form a couple of months ago.
This is something that NAOS Esports has to continue doing, especially punishing KBG in their really late game scaling team fighting based composition. The Zeri isn't really its time right now to shine, and we saw the lack of damage as well in that team fight. So they are relying so much onto the Daton and onto KG, and NAOS Esports just gets everything there.
And there was no disengage whatsoever. If it was ever thrown, it wasn't enough. Calm though, this is 2v1 scenario.
Yeah, can they actually get it? Ragnarok is going to be used. Well, wave clear is there. That is going to be engaged by Zaupi. Actually might be in trouble. Cass going to be used for the isolation, and he's going to be falling down. Ash as well, going to be throwing out ulti. Megan for the bomb for the zone control, but it's not going to be effective. 2 kills suddenly, plus a tower for KBG.
It's just so sad because KBG was first in the position. That Tone being first in the position means that Zaupi really had no chance there. Mirmo should be able to survive this. Yu does not really have enough damage, but he's just being a little bit annoying on the bot side though. That's the exclamation point that KBG really needed to really open up the map and open up this game.
Yeah, suddenly 3 kills in 30 seconds. Mirmo even almost got taken out, and had it been an ulti available for Shama, that could have been a kill. Now KG is trying to unlock this bottom side tier 1.
Yeah.
An all of gold injection here for KBG Gaming. Suddenly they're the ones controlling the game. A while ago, just a minute ago, it was actually 1,000 gold by NAOS.
Yeah, this is what we often see from NAOS, right? They make a very good play, and then just right after that, there will be also a play in where you would be questioning of their plays. And Mitsura, again, this has been a trend, right? Mitsura can carry you in multiple games, but is also a recipient of a lot of solo deaths against melee champions. KG, again, being very good at the Fiora, was able to get ahead of Mitsura.
It's so difficult right now for NAOS Esports. I think just because of the couple of kills that they got, and KBG now, especially for Andra9, is going to be able to scale up much better.
Yep.
Looking at the items, Lari Charge Blade and the Trinity for status, already some damage here increased for the mid laner of KBG Gaming. And now, NAOS Esports, they want to post for this RH, but I think KBG will contest.
It's not yet over. Now still can win at this point.
Arrow gonna be connecting. Isolation play with the cast as well. Megan Furlong not gonna connect onto anyone. That's gonna be a big win here for KBG Gaming. Mitsura going with a package. Actually is gonna be isolated on the back line. Shama just free hitting onto the front. Now Esports gonna be choked out here. Everyone is gonna fall down. KBG Gaming gets 5 in exchange for 2. A pentakill. What?
I did not even expect a pentakill to pull through, but Andra9 has just secured himself the very first pentakill. At least in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Andra9 again, just showing that you give him a late game scaling champion and he will still be very effective 10 minutes in. Let's look at that replay. It all started with Andra9 assassinating a Scoutograph. Alright, that's not what I expected. But he basically was the last person to enter the fight. And being that person to enter the fight last means one thing. You know, all those members would be so low and easy picking left and right with the ultimate available to the Zeri, the Spark of Zone. Ladies and gentlemen, Andra9 still undisputed the best mid in the tournament.
And they're going to round 2 as well. Andran gonna be free-taking once more. Rave not gonna be surviving, trying to stasis in. Mitsura still gonna be flashing away. They have no damage here for NAOS Esports. They have to flee. They have to give the dragon away.
That's 2 dragons to the side of KBG right away. The one's very lively NAOS Esports is now on the back foot, and KBG with pentakill being awarded to the late game scaling Zeri. You know what it is, Giyang. I think it's the GG go next angle, because it's just going to be so hard to come back from this.
Well, Andran's not happy getting only top 2 in the highlights for week number 1 to 5. He wants that top 1 as well there. So he got the pentakill ready for our next clip. And he's just an absolute beast in here. Well, for Z, it took an Elder Dragon for him to actually pop up. But for Andran, it's 11 minutes, 10 minutes. He already popped up now. Now if he's trying to fight back, Stasis is going to be used here for the Gragas to try and survive, and Yu will be able to do so. Now KBG actually posting task onto Wraith there. KG going to be trying to close the distance. Grand Channel is going to be used already. The thought as well, closing out the distance, but NAOS Esports still able to kite away.
Even their front to back is having a hard time now that that tone is already online. This Rep Herald, though, a small win for the side of NAOS Esports. But yeah, again, just going back to that pentakill play, that should not have happened. That is one thing that I assure you. But if anything, I want to commend, of course, the teammates of Andra9 of being able to make that happen, right? Because, again, it won't be possible if the other 4 members of KBG was not able to control NAOS Esports engage. It all started with a very good explosive task that separated Zalpi from the Rift Herald, although there's a pick now.
Yep, 3 versus 1. Make that 4 versus 1. So Megan Farama gonna get strode away as well. Flash gonna be used there by KG to no avail. So that's a small pick by NAOS. But what can they get after that?
None, because that's basically how you play this composition, right? You basically time you go for the off timing picks, led by, of course, the Vi ultimate, and then heading into the big objective fights. it is expected that your cooldowns will be up and running once again. But you look at the vision play here by KBG and all, all choke points, all entry points of NAOS Esports is basically covered by vision.
Yeah, Mitsura at least able to dodge that away. Had it been him, I think that would have been an all-in by KBG.
It's just so hard now. KBG is just so confident. You look at the items. Yo-Yu already has
Everyone is ahead.
Nature. Exactly. I mean, the biggest disparity is the mid lane, and it's not because of the laning phase, right? Unrun 9 is not going to win lane as a Zeri. It was because of that pentakill. That pentakill basically ballooned the lead of Unrun 9 towards Mitsura.
3K. Arrow play again, this time onto Wraith. Isolation play onto Mitsura. Wraith gonna still be able to back away. Megan From gonna be thrown out, but the Dawn actually doing a lot of damage there onto Wraith. No kills whatsoever, but at least they zoned them away to maybe bait them onto the Dragon. Or Baron.
Yeah, you look at that play alone and you would see that Unrun did not really go overexcited and was waiting for Zaupi to go in. One dash away means that Zaupi won't have the opportunity, but there could be a potential steal.
Yeah, he's gonna be trying. Cease and desist. Flash into the back line as well, but no steal whatsoever. Dawn still gonna be able to pick up that Baron. Mitsura trying to flee with a package as well, leaving Wraith behind. But Calm actually wants to go in, gets the damage done. Windslash not even getting a kill, but now Andra gonna be flashing in, gets a kill as well with the help of Yu. And that's gonna be it. 4 kills picked up, only Mirmo staying alive, and KBG, they can just go with its end.
You can run, but you cannot hide from Unrun 9. Now KBG is going to end this game number 1 easily and convincingly.
Wow, KBG after one pentakill, one fight in the topside river for an RH, KBG lands a decisive win in 15 minutes against NAOS Esports.
And in a very unexpected fashion nonetheless, right? We expect that this draft is a late game scaling composition. Did that reach the late game? I don't think so. Yeah, a 15-minute mark is usually what we would call the mid game, right? There was no need for the 3 dragons to be secured. I don't think the 3rd dragon did even spawn up in that game, and that just goes to show that you give an inch to KBG's superior micro, they would be taking a mile. So yeah. Man, oh man, still an uphill battle in the number 1 Chinese team for a reason.
They took a light year there for Anran. That pentacle was that was it already. Late game unlock for the Zeri, and absolutely no way for NAOS Esports to reach him into the backline. Even in that particular fight in the topside river, the space provided by the rest of KBG onto Andra was just so genius, and it was untouched the entire game. We haven't even seen any engage onto him coming from NAOS Esports. That's how clean KBG has played this game.
Yeah. I think there was one, right? In the blue quadrant, in where Zaupi was really holding off his cease and desist to really target Dan Andra 9. That was one moment that could easily be forgotten by everyone because of what really happened in that game. But there were some signs of life for the side of NAOS Esports. It just so happened that KBG again, that explosive, their retaliation of the very good play by Manila NAOS. In the first few minutes of the game, it started with a top side siege. They were able to take down 1 tower, was able to get 2-3 kills in the process because Mitsura also surrendered a solo death on the bot side. They followed it up with a very good clash in the Rift Herald fight, in where we saw that NAOS was a little bit too scattered, and so yeah, there you go. In 15 minutes, KBG with this late game lineup, they don't need the late game. They're just going to win their style, and that is to win early and win hard.
Now that poses a question, right? Because this is not a draft diff. This is an execution, top-tier execution by KBG that just punished this or outmatched this lineup here of NAOS Esports. So how can NAOS Esports now even try to push this to a game number 3? It just seems so impossible as of the moment due to that really dominating game of KBG.
I mean, you look at the draft, it's so easy to execute the draft of NAOS Esports. All lanes were winning, right? You have a very good engage tool in the Nautilus. You also have a very good tool, engage tool coming from Devi. So you cannot really ask for anything more, right? So how do you how do you attack game number 2? You basically forget what happened during game number 1, and you know, try to execute what you have planned for in the last 2 weeks. And when talking about, you know, being able to face the best of the best right now, KBG, you have to enter the game with the expectation that, hey, you know what, any mistake would be punished hard. And the mistake that NAOS did take was heavily punished right away, right? The MVP, by the way, is on run 9 for good reason. A pentakill for this guy.
And he will secure his 8th MVP as well. I think he has one of the highest, if not the highest, MVP counts in this tournament as well. This guy is just outperforming any single player that he comes across, and in this game he has demonstrated his skill. Again, his 10th champion right now in this tournament with Azeri. I mean, this guy is just an absolute beast.
I'm daring him to go and pick Timo just for the memes out there. But yeah, let's move on to game number 2, because it's going to be very exciting as to how Manila NAOS would try to, you know, solve the puzzle of KBG.
Yeah, let's see. We are going to be going into a short break. We'll be back for game number 2.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a
All right, welcome back to the match of Keepes Gaming versus NAOS Esports. And after that really decisive game number 1 win by Keepes Gaming, let's see if NAOS Esports can strike back, because now they are going to be going towards red side in the pick and bans.
And again, I was asking you, right, Young, is this how the EU casters, the NA casters feel whenever they face against, the stronger region in League of Legends PC? Now, all we can really do is hope, because man, oh man, even if we put out the best analyst shoes out there, if the execution would not be as close as to how the best Chinese teams execute their draft, then it's really going to be an uphill battle. But one thing for sure, NAOS Esports knew that this is not going to be an easy task. Their goal here is to win one game and then take it from there, right? So yeah, the goal of at least being able to get one game off of the reigning defending champions still very much present. It's still very much alive. So Giang, we're going to see if they will be able to at least get one game, or if this will be just a complete domination to the side of KBG.
It's just so difficult to deal with KBG in general. And NAOS Esports, they have to channel anything whatsoever that they can channel into this game right now. Try to push this into game number 3. That game number 1 was already good. It was supposed to be good for them. They had a really good team fight into the blue side jungle of the Ton. Landed a 3 kills for 1 exchange onto Calm. And then the pentakill happened into the top side river. Yeah. That should be avoided this time in game number 2.
Yeah, we look back into that game, and I believe that, one thing that NAOS wanted to get back, or to take back, was what happened in that top lane skirmish, where their tower got destroyed and them surrendering deaths as well. But as NAOS, prepares for game number 2, what they had to do was to move on. And us too, we also have to move on and go for game number 2. Try to dissect this place, because again, KBG is still the very much favorite team here. They're going to ban away the Yone. Aatrox will be banned by NAOS. So the question is, do you ban the Camille here if you're NAOS? Do you ban the Senna, or do you ban both?
I think they can actually ban both here. It's very difficult to give any champions here for Shama. Even his Ashe performance was really good, and we haven't really seen him yet with his usual pick onto the Varus. So everything seems so scary here for NAOS Esports. Camille is a big takeaway already. They can only ban one more champion for sure. Maybe the Senna?
Or you open up the Senna and you try to pick a Ziggs as a way to counter the Senna. Because basically that's how you do it, right? You try to burst down the Senna. Senna is not really the beefiest member or beefiest champion in the game, so there will always be that opportunity. Never mind that, it is going to be a ban on the Senna, so that means that KBG
will have the Shen. Oh man, medic squad incoming. Right. So naturally, as NAOS Esports, they should ban the Yuumi, right? At least in the second banning phase.
It really depends as to how. Yeah, it really depends as to how the game will flow. But if you see the Shen, there's no reason for you not to go for Varus, right? Do you go for Ziggs still? Because again, the best thing about picking the Varus is that it is a Serpent's Fang holder, which is one of the best items to buy, especially against the Shen Stand United. So now it's going with the Nautilus here, again opens up the Gragas of UU, and we saw how effective it was. There you go, a Varus pickup.
It's something I have been looking forward even in game number 1. Now they have anti-engage towards Keepes Gaming. Gragas would be really nice as well, but Rafe is just so good with the Nautilus, and we can just understand him really liking this champion as well. It can unlock Baron lane, possibly some small skirmishes as well. Keepes Gaming will have their hands on the Gragas. Oh, okay, so they're not going for the Galio anymore. It looks like they want team fighting, and Yu is just so good with his champion. A lot of isolated plays was made because of him a while ago with this Gragas.
There's no need to change. Something that was effective, so effective during game number 1 was his Gragas, as his other games on the champion. And believe me or not, I really think that Yu, if you ask him right now what champion he prefers to use, the Galio or the Gragas, I firmly believe that his answer will be the Gragas because it, you know, there's a lot more plays available to you as a playmaker on the Gragas. Now Ash gets picked up once again by KBG. So NAOS now goes back to their double marksman strategy. If you're KBG, this is still an angle to go for the Zeri.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's almost the same lineup right now that KBS Gaming is making in this game. Ash, the Gragas, the only difference is the Shen in exchanging on the Olaf pick a while ago by the Dawn. So without those champions being banned away or respected just yet by NAOS Esports, that can be their path. At least here for the second game. Mitsura gonna be having his hands on the Corki once more, and maybe a Renekton would actually work here for Calm.
Yeah, I really love this ban by NAOS Esports to take away the Xin Zhao, because Xin Zhao has that crescent sweep that is basically an AoE wind wall. Yeah, well, the Jace is still open though. Now that is an option for KBG as a potential pick to answer the Corki in the mid lane. But knowing KBG, they could just elect for the Yasuo. There's no enablers yet. As of yet, but we all know the I mean, there is one. There's the Gragas. Yeah, double marksman. Why not?
He just loves it. He just loves the performance, or his performance with Azeri, and he'll be going with it once more. Looks like NAOS Esports will be picking up the ribbon as well for the engage in the execution with the wind slash. And I am liking this composition again here for NAOS Esports. They have a lot of team fighting. They have a lot of early game pressure as well, and late game scaling. Hopefully, execution this time around will work for NAOS Esports.
Because if you look at how KBG really performs their draft or executes their draft, it's just so picture perfect. To say that they have no weakness whatsoever, well, at least in the first few minutes of the game, they have shown that they are so crisp with their playmaking. But there was one point in where NAOS was able to surprise them, right? So NAOS really needs to find those surprising plays, because if you play standard against a team that has won in a conference that almost everyone plays standard, it is really going to be an uphill battle for you. But yeah, you're right. Drafting wise, NAOS Esports very clear with their win condition. Their team fighting is so crisp. On the other side though, another Zeri showing for the Mr. Mid Lane himself.
He wants another brilliant performance with his Zeri pick. I'm gonna be scared again. Well, NAOS Esports should have early game advantage with this kind of composition. They have a lot of crowd control as well to work around for the team fight, especially with Zaupi. With the Wukong this time around, should provide them a lot of frontline and backline access. KBG with the Kazakhs though, and with the Shen, should allow them to have some sort of backline access too. The Shen delivery system can be quite troubling, and also good protection for Andran.
This is a good time for me to call Dash, because he is very vocal in saying that tone Kazakhs is not the best Kazakhs out there, right? Up until
what about the Xin Zhao?
No. He's saying that, you know, that tone is basically the weak link of KBG because again, his preference of jungle picks is always those two champions, the Kazakhs and the Lee Sin. And if you are not able to perform on those two champions, then you basically are, you know,
Said
on the
Sunday,
mid-tier. Yeah, I'm going to message him right now and tell him, hey, you know what? Although we don't want him to pop off, but this is also a good way for me to remind him of his worst takes of all time.
Well, Atan is going to be looking to have a beautiful performance with the Kazakhs. As long as he gets the isolated plays here, isolated pickoffs onto NAOS Esports, it should be fine. And that is very much possible given the Gragas pick that they do have and the Ashe as well. So in terms of enabling the Atan on the Kazakhs, there's a lot of ways to do it. KBG, it's simply we cannot question their performance at all. It's like whatever lineup they used, we have to respect it, especially in game number 1. Andran just popping off at that time. KG as well getting a solo kill onto Mitsura into the bottom lane. Shama landing a lot of Ashe arrows onto the members of NAOS Esports, and Yu just standard Yu.
I mean, I really cannot think of anything about that game number one because most of it should not have happened at all, right? The pentakill at 10 minutes by Zeri or by Unrun 9 was the most gift-wrapped pentakill of all, right? I'm not saying that Unrun 9 did not do anything to secure that pentakill, but again, at 2 items, do you expect Zeri to really have that Zeri moment? I don't think so, right? But now, again, we are going to be blessed once again by the champion that Unrun 9 used to get that very first pentakill. And I think that really was the very first pentakill of the tournament. Am I right?
It is. We have seen a quadruple already, but that is just first pentakill. It was lovely. It wasn't as explosive as other thing, but it is a Zeri, and it's still notable here for Anran.
Yeah. I think the last time I was able to see a pentakill was the Kazakhs of Meliodas, but I think that was another tournament. It wasn't WRLA. Anyway, so now we are just on basically the draft that we have here for NAOS and KBG is pretty much the same, right? It's the same concept for both of them. They both want to win the early game and still has a very good scaling. You look at this graphic and on the lower left you would see a title and it says Genius Mid Laner. And I agree. He's definitely very good.
An absolute genius, a prodigy.
Yeah.
One of the best mid laners of all time right now in Wild Rift, and just so difficult to shut down. Upside, well, you taking a bit of damage there, but still. Now Esports just trying to poke him down. Has the 100 to sustain himself back up. KBG will be playing this passively, at least for the first 5 minutes.
Zalpi is on his most favorite champion, right? Well, I mean, this is the champion that I really love seeing Zalpi play. Because, yeah, Vi is good, but the amount of plays that you can make on the Wukong is definitely double than the Vi, right? You can go in, you can use decoy as a disengage, and you can even have that second cyclone available to you if you use it with your decoy up. So that to me is the reason why NAOS is a very scary team, especially when Zalpi gets his hands on this champion.
And also the sustain is just really good with the Wukong, right? Especially when you do pick up the Divine Sunderer, when you fully utilize your clone, then you can just proc it up a lot of times as well with your S1. And I think that can be the better method right now of NAOS Esports, especially for Zalpi. As a while ago during game number 1, we saw him getting bursted out a lot of times whenever he does dive deep into the members of KBG.
So Zalpi was not spotted. Okay, engage.
Yeah, that is engage. Cyclone into the follow-up. But KG is still going to be able to flash away. You're going to be the next target. That should be first blood. Mitsura also just being there for the extra insurance. Got hit by the arrow, but no follow-up by KBG.
Yeah, I don't think Unrun would have the opportunity to answer the rotation by Mitsura again when it comes to wave clear, when it comes to early game priority. This is what we expected right now as Esports all across the board does have the winning lane. And to me, that play again is just why I love Zalpi on the Wukong, right? His proactiveness to go for the play, plus the proactiveness of Brave on this Nautilus was a pairing that we saw from their win against Team Flash. So more of that would mean that NAOS would have a better chance overall, at least in game number 2.
Really good timing as well. I mean, it was executed in around the 3.5 minutes or 3 minutes into the game. So before 5 minutes, you can actually engage once more, possibly on top side again to try and bully out Yu. Try to force the cask out so that they cannot contest in the RH fight. Now going for round 2. Can they have the cycle? Cask be for the isolation. Big use of that. And Yu just saves the day here for KG.
That's why Yu really loves the Gragas. Wait a minute. There is an arrow that connected from the biz. Long stun. But yeah, again, just going back to my point. If you are the Galio, do you outplay that? You don't. You won't be able to. But because you are on the Gragas with just one skill, he was able to outplay the all-in by NAOS Esports.
Right, just going for a couple of hooks there onto KG. It's going to be very difficult actually to get the kill onto KG and Eureka because both of them are relatively tanky. Also, the negation on the auto attack because of the Shen skill is just very irritating as well, especially for Calm.
Sure. And now KBG always have the luxury to put Shen on the top side and to call him when needed just because of that stand united. If there's like one team that I know has mastered the craft of playing Shen, it's KBG. They have been, one of the teams that really can play Shen from both lanes, the jungle and the Baron lane, so effectively. That's because they just know what to do with it.
Yeah. Even in the laning phase, even in the macro side lane pushes, and also the timings on the stand united offensively and defensively as well. Now Esports has to really watch out for that. Right now, 5 minutes, well, things are going really passive. We can actually think that maybe now Esports wants to get an RH again, but Calm actually having a bit of trouble in terms of the damage, might need to flash away, but it's on the other side. KG might just actually win this, tries to go onto the cooldown of its third skill, but it won't be enough. KG picks up that solo.
That's 2 times that the Wind Slash did not connect, and Calm has to do better, right? Especially against the best of the best. It is expected that if you can play perfect, you have to play perfect, especially against this team. Now the Tone is now starting this dragon.
Yeah, they are going to be trying to contest here, but it's not really the best numbers here for now Esports. Now, Cyclone going to be used. Isolation play with a cast as well. Wraith is all alone, but so is Adnan going to get bursted out at his second kill for Mirmo, and they do get the dragon as well. Big win.
Yeah, Mirmo again showing his chops on this Arrow champions, and that's 2 kills that he was able to secure. No mana for him, so he needs to go back real fast. A manaless Varus is basically a champion that is not going to really help a lot. Although there is a red buff on the Varus, that still is a very good counterplay. Calm has to do better, that is for sure, right? We have to call a spade. And against the Tone on the top side just a while back, his Wind Slash was a little bit late, and then his Wind Slash also did not connect onto KG. Had it connected, there was an opportunity for him to get that solo kill against KG.
And right now, KG is going to be recognizing that as a pressure point of Now's Esports. Check out how that play happened a while ago. So good.
Yep. Indeed, and this is the all-in potential of Rift just going in with a flash, very proactive with the ultimate as well, and then Mirmo in Mitsura, the double marksman, just making sure that there is no opportunity whatsoever for him to escape. In this hook shot by Rift, you won't be able to see that real time, but that hook shot was the reason why Run9 was not able to reach the point in where he can flash over the wall. And again, signs of life for the side of Now's Esports. If anything, Giang, there is just one team that I know would show, not really one team, but there's just a few handful APAC teams that would not roll over and die. And Now's Esports is one of them, right? They're going to bare their fangs. They're going to make plays whatsoever. In our words, right? They're not scared to fight. They're going to scramble. And take it to the streets is what I want to say. And try to knock you out in the most inopportune moments, and we saw it there. KBG thought that they had the advantage, but immediately with the counter punch was Now's Esports.
They don't hold back. They don't hesitate. They don't. I mean, they can feel fear, but they do not let that actually stop them from actually fighting back. And in that fight as well, we saw them just having a really good position as well. Mirmo actually providing a lot of space there for Now's Esports, and kind of allowed them to pose some hesitation from Xiaoma and Yuyu, because he was alone there and he was able to kite away Xiaoma and Yuyu as well, and that allowed Now's Esports to work around in the middle of that team fight, secure the objective as well, and even Mirmo getting that second kill is just the win that Now's Esports needed to set the tempo here in this game. Now I think they're sitting at 1,500 gold lead as the pause was initiated. Zappy gonna be having a bit of a problem, but it should be fine after a short while. And we just want things to be as smooth as possible.
Yeah, I think you could see on the screen, it's not KBG that is requesting for a pause. It's the Now's Esports members, and I think it has something to do with the connection, maybe. Oh, okay, there's a ward. All right, good thing that Zalpi was able to detect 2 wards with just 1 sweeper lenses. Those are the things that you really have to do so well. The vision game is what I think some APAC teams are lacking, and now Esports is, trying to evolve so fast. Although bot lane, Mitsura I think is going to die.
Oh no. Oh, that is a good timing there by Daton and Andra 9.
Yep.
But RH gonna be started here by NAOS Esports. And
They
KBG,
should.
should answer this. That is a big win already. They have secured the dragon as well, so double objective is just gonna be huge here for NAOS Esports. They should use it possibly into the mid lane to unlock that tier 1.
And there are no more tower plates to be had. And again, they should make that play because again, although Mitsura surrendered his life, it also was information that Daton was nowhere near. There could be a kill here. Where's the hook? Alright,
not gonna be connecting, but they will be giving some gold here for Calm into the top. And I think that is a necessary move as well to try and enable him back up.
Yep. Now, one thing that really broke open the game for KBG a while back was when KBG was able to make a very solid push on the top side. Now Esports has to be wary of that. That's one thing that they have to do. Mitsura's death on the bot side, I won't fault him, right? Because that was so well planned by KBG. If you're NAOS, do you expect the jungler to be on that side? Hell no. You know that there's another objective to be there, to be secured. Although Zalpi is playing with fire now.
Yeah, doesn't have to put any more arrow gonna be connecting. Tries to flash away. Stand United as well gonna be invested. That's gonna be a single pick off. But Rafe, almost there. Able to flash away at the very least.
That's one thing that you cannot do, especially against a Shen composition, right? You try to be playful with fire. The fire will eat you up and burn you alive. That's what happened there. Now Esports. Twice in a row that we see some kills that headed over to the side of KBG, but no objective whatsoever that was secured by the, KBG in the process. So yeah, you would take that. Zalpi though was already level 10, and you would understand why, right? Yu was level 8, and again, how many times have we said this? Yu special explosive cask, so on point, was able to drill down Zalpi against the wall, and Rafe was in the process of going back and was just forced to use his flash.
So, I mean, it is a minor win already getting the kill onto the Wukong, but also a minor win getting the flash out of Rafe. So his aggressive playstyle is gonna be mitigated at the very least. And look at KBG, already able to pick up the slack, already able to close the distance in terms of money. Calm gonna get initiated. Andran is looking for the follow-up, but now Esports has a really good angle in this, negating the other engage. So at least they save his ally.
Yep. It's not as impactful, especially if you have the tenacity boots. I don't think he has the tenacity boots because he needs the plated steel caps. Mitsura has to be careful again.
Oh no. Well, able to at least disengage is good here for him, but has to be very careful again. KG, Baton especially, it's just gonna be looking for those kills.
Every single time that Mitsura goes for some risky plays, and you would say, how is that risky? I'm just securing a Rift Arrow, but there's no information whatsoever as to where the KBG members are. And those movements by NAOS Esports, KBG is just so prepared to punch them, right? So Mitsura has to be careful. That's one thing that I'm sure of.
The KBG can also eye on Mirmo this time around because he is a little bit isolated towards the other members. Shama is just eyeing on that enchanted good arrow. Yu as well has a good position. At Zalpi starting this objective already.
Yeah, they are just waiting for the package to expire, right? So if you're Mitsura, how do you use this package? You won't be able to use it effectively because this package is going to expire real soon. Very good check coming from Mitsura. The Phosphorus Bomb was able to reveal the position of Daton. But he's already level 12. It's now close to that Kazakhs game that we are so afraid of, right?
And, well, Rafe doesn't have a flash, I believe, still yet. And that is going to be a big angle here for KBG. Still just posturing down here in the bottom side river. Mitsura has a good angle as well. But Yu, the Pixel Brush, is so deadly here for KBG.
There's an arrow.
Yeah, Xiaopi gonna get caught. That's immediate burst down onto the Wukong. Now KBG has a really good position. Mirmo trying to flash away. Mitsura as well trying to kite. But they have no damage here. That's gonna be the dragon taken here by KBG. Calm as well a little bit late into the fight. And KBG gets 2 kills plus this dragon.
And you know what's so good in that engage was how crisp KBG's movement was, right? Yeah, it felt like it's the the Olympics on when the ready start go or ready get set go happens, right? You look at this and you would see the arrow signaling the all in onto not so squishy Wukong, right? But he had no chance to react at all. Was not even able to use a decoy to get to block the arrow, because had it been that he was able to use a decoy, and the decoy being the one accepting the stun, then he would survive. So
yeah,
not 100% sure as to what really happened there. Maybe the decoy was already on cooldown, and there was no way for him to block the enchanted crystal arrow coming from KBG. But again, the decisiveness of KBG awarded them a lot of gold and also an objective.
They were also very patient there in that position. Yu and Xiaoma just holding their ground, waiting for the best possible moment to throw in their abilities. The follow-up as well of KBG is just on point in accuracy. Everyone went in the moment the arrow connected on to Xiaopi. And now Esports, they have to be really ready, especially for Xiaopi. Arrow gonna be connecting this time around onto Wraith. Gonna be isolated as well. Jump around and Yu. Yeah, it's gonna be a kill by the Kazakh. Xiaopi as well gonna be using the cycle to try and provide some defense, but not gonna be enough. 3 kills and a tower. Oh, KB just unlocked the game.
And it's not even the long distance arrows that we used to clamor whenever we see Mirmo, play this champion. It's, the upfront shotgun style enchanted crystal arrow that automatically connects onto, they don't care if it connects to, the beefy members, because they will just die down. With the help of Yu's explosive cast, it's just so easy. Mitsura going to again receive 1 arrow, and the tone is on the chase.
Oh, he wants to kill, he wants to jump, the flash in onto Mitsura. Oh, well, here comes Calm. Mitsura gonna be saving alive, but that was still so scary.
Yeah, but look at the replay once again, and again, this is what we call the arrow that is... Xiaopi had the right idea, right? He wanted to be the one receiving that arrow using the decoy, but Wraith is a little bit on the chunky side and still received that arrow.
Oh no! Yeah, Chain of Collection going to be used here onto the pawn, able to isolate him at the very least.
Winnable.
Has a really good flank as well. Can they actually win this? Is the question. As now Mirmo taking a bit of damage there, has to flash out. But Andra9 looking to close the distance even more. He is very confident, almost getting the kill onto Wraith. Able to still survive. KBG now posting into the mid lane and top lane. That's a lot of gold injected onto them.
It was a winnable fight at one point for NAOS Esports, because I thought that package by Mitsura would be used offensively, but it was used defensively, and for good reason, right? They're so far behind. Wraith though going to engage against Yu. He's still so tanky, and he's just so confident. I mean, look at this guy, not even afraid of the damage potential coming from Mitsura.
Yeah, Mitsura was also focusing on to the cannon minions. Now Yu doesn't have any mana, and now Esports just wants to clear the way. It's just so difficult right now for NAOS Esports. 8,000 gold lead by KBG, especially that they took a Baron as well a while ago now. NAOS Esports actually the one to engage. Cyclone plays. Xiaoma gonna be isolated. That charge gonna be on him as well. Second Cyclone for this layering of the CC. Now going on to Yu, but Sandy Knight is gonna be used here. They might need to be very careful. Taunt gonna be coming in.
Chain of Corruption
also going in as well. Chain of Corruption doing a lot of work. Can KG fall down? Is the question. NAOS Esports chasing him away, but unable to get the kill.
No mana.
Finds it at the very end. Yu gonna be the next target. No mana at all. But the cast gonna be used for the isolation. Xiaopi might actually get taken down. They do get the kill with the Taunt, landing that last strike, and KBG just throwing the blows again.
Yu again with a very good explosive cast. Man, oh man, what is this guy? He's just so good with explosive cast. He will be able to isolate one target. We see it here. Xiaopi again with the flash engage play, and was able to hunt down Xiaoma in the process. Xiaoma had no chance, right? It's just so easy to lock down an Ashe, and now KG being able to use his stand uniter was still able to support his team. However, NAOS Esports was a 4-man strong at this point. Like they were in the position to take a very good fight. However, it all changed with this, right? Honey Fruit by Yu, explosive gas. And lost in that replay, it was KBG securing another objective. That's an Infernal Dragon that heads over to KBG.
Oh, 2 Dragon stacks here for KBG. It started off in NAOS Esports getting 2 objectives, but now everything starts being taken. Arrow play again. Yu, will he actually use the cast? I don't think so. Rave still gonna be fine. Flash away from the cask is gonna be good here for NAOS Esports.
You would think that you still try to predict the flash to happen, right? The distance in where he used the explosive gas was to a point that Brave would still can still get hit and can still be assassinated by the remaining members of KBG had it connected. Anyway, so now Esports is still on the back foot here, and you would see that tone is just so confident with the way things are going.
Oh no, Rave's gonna be in trouble. That is a big layer of CC. Chain of Corruption gonna be used here by Mirma forward to disengage. Mitsura as well, taking a bit of damage here from Xiaoma, but at least Rave is staying alive. But KBG, they will be able to posture down onto this Baron if ever. Bottom side as well, KG is just doing a really good job here against Calm.
Calm already has a Hall Breaker, so at least there is something that he can use to at least get some presence. That presence can easily be negated by Baron empowered minions, and now on the bot side you would see that the 1v1 is still happening.
Yep. Calm is going to be in trouble. Can he actually get the win slash? He does, but KG still is staying alive. Flash away by the Shen. Honeyfruit as well. Calm recognizes the big fear now as the pawn jumps in, but still able to flash away now onto the top side. Zappy can get taken down. And the 9 chain of corruption going to be used for the disengage. Now, Mirma actually going to be in trouble. Chama just free hitting here for days. That's going to be the second kill by Yu, and potentially 4 kills picked up by KBG.
They're posturing to end here, Kiyang.
Oh, nothing that Calm can actually do at this point. What can he do? It's just going to be a one-sided beatdown this time around. 20 minutes in, KBG gets the 2-0.
So hard to really fight against the #1 team from China, right? Like, they are now on a 10 series win streak.
Wow.
And the 10 series win streak, most of them were so dominating wins. I was hopeful at best. I was so hopeful that NAOS Esports would be able to pull up a fight. And yeah, indeed, there were some plays in where they were at least surprising. KBG, there were points in where they were ahead during the early parts of the game. But come late game, come the mid game fights, it just showed, the difference between the two teams.
Yeah.
The draft itself, you would say, it's a better draft overall for KBG just because they have the Ashe. And yeah, if you're NAOS, maybe it's time for you to review your playbook and to include Mirmo's Ashe once again here and there. But you flip it around, like you give the draft of KBG to NAOS Esports. Expectation is that KBG would still win, right? Just because of the ability to really execute the win condition in the draft is just what separates the two teams.
Yeah, it all boils down to execution, and KBG is just on a different dimension when it comes to that. We saw a lot of really good Ashe arrows coming in from Xiaoma. Andra 9 didn't pop off similar to game number 1. But he was still very stable, dealing a lot of damage towards the backside of NAOS Esports. Xiaoma as well had a really good flank at the time and really good synergy overall. Xiaoma, Yu into the follow-up of KG and Datan is just so obnoxiously strong. On point in terms of accuracy and precision here against NAOS Esports that allowed no counterplay from NAOS Esports.
And I think one of the things that that everyone should pay attention to whenever this stats get shown is the damage percentage per gold percentage, right? So that just basically shows you how efficient the player is in utilizing the gold. And you would see that, Mitsura, although he really was gifted a lot of resources, the amount of damage that he was able to put through is not comparable to Unrun 9's pressure overall. A lot of factors comes into play. There's a lot of space that was provided to Unrun 9 to begin with, right? But again, this is just another face that KBG currently possess, Yang, right? How many jabs does this guys have, right? They pick Shen, and they pick the Shen, they pick the Gragas, and they can make it work with almost anything. They can make it work with the Garen, now they can make it work with the Zeri. Just so crazy that the reigning defending champion is just in this current form midway in the tournament.
They're just so good, man. They're just so good. Andran is an absolute beast, one of the best mid laners, if not the best mid laner in the world right now. We saw a lot of plays coming in from Sham as well. A lot of deadly engages from the Ton too. But the MVP is going to be, well, no doubt, Shama, with a lot of really good initiations that enabled the team into winning small skirmishes, into team fights, that allowed them to win a dragon fight into the bot side river a while ago that caught Zaupi off guard. It's just so good here for KBG. Every single member puts something into the table, and that is a lot to process here for any team in terms of looking for a weakness. It's just so difficult to do that against KBG.
The only blueprint that we were able to garner, at least in the 10 games, or in, has it been 10 games already that they played? Yeah, that's already their 11th.
That's their 11th. Right? Yeah,
11th, exactly, because that's 10 wins to 1 loss. And the only blueprint that we can, go back to as to how Nova Esports was able to win against KBG was to stall it out late and win through the Elder Dragon, right? So we saw it when Yami was able to at least outsmart Unrun 9. But is it easier said than done? Absolutely. It's just something to put out there that you have to scale well into the late game against KBG. But that's still KBG, the best team in the tournament.
They are the best team right now. So let's see if other teams can actually catch up. We have OMG versus FPX coming up next. We are your shoutcasters, Giang and Nautilus, and we'll be back after a short break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once. and half of the teams from the other conference ones. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's item items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. Our matches will be.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 Season number 1. And now, after the incredible win of KBG Gaming against NAOS Esports, we're now heading towards the match of OMG versus FPX. Both of us are sitting at a bit of a low standing as of the moment, 10th and 11th place. So let's see how they are going to be battling each other towards today.
One of the things to look forward to in this matches is one of them would be able to turn things around. And again, being at the number 10 and number 11 spot is definitely at the dangerous levels. The magic number for the Chinese teams, of course, is the number 8. So you have to be able to at least reach the number 8 in order for you to qualify for the playoffs. Let's look at the lineup of OMG once again. One would say that, coming into this tournament, OMG would really struggle a lot. And for good reason, right? Most of these players are not really with the organization prior to this tournament. So yeah, one would say that their chemistry isn't really in full form yet, and that is the reason why it is exciting to see them perform time and time again. They already have 2 wins, and in those 2 wins, Whitecat has really impressed a lot. But the other members also has to do well.
Yeah, and FPX, I think the only difference they have against OMG is they are more aggressive in a sense, because OMG plays it a little bit slowly, passive sometimes, and giving objectives to the enemy team unnecessarily. But FPX, they like setting up fights, and I think that can be their path right now going up against OMG. Fado has to really step up. QF16 as well with his Aatrox performance if ever it does get open here for their side. And Sky is a player that really likes performing at his highest condition, with assassins, with a lot of high mobility champions. Maybe it can be the way for FPX to take down OMG.
Yeah, Sky has been so consistent, right? Especially his Jace pickup. I really like his Jace. That's one thing for sure. And also, just looking at that roster, I believe that Sky has the most appearance in WRL. He's one of the veterans, I would say. He has been playing Wild Rift competitive since Season 0, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we'll look into the stats. And one of the glaring stats that I noticed right away was the red side of OMG. 1 wins and 8 losses. Ooh. 1 wins out of 8 games. So that's 1 wins to 7 losses. And that just goes to show that this fight for side would be very vital, because you take away the blue side from OMG, then chances are FPX would have a better showing.
A bit more on the first dragons as well on OMG. FPX does love the first herald that translates into their first tower, so that can be the takeaway here. OMG, if they ever do get on red side, they should be denying some of the champs that FPX can actually use in taking those first towers. And in our head-to-head matchup, we do see Whitecat just being that really star player here of OMG, making a lot of plays, making a lot of flanks towards enemies, and in very crucial situations situations, but at times we do see him struggle, especially when he gets prioritized by the enemy team.
Yeah, one of the easiest thing to do to control a player is to ban away his champion pool, right? And we've seen him targeted. We've seen him get targeted a lot by all the teams. But let's head over to our host for the introduction of both teams.
今天的第二场比赛将由 OMG 对阵 FPX， 两支队伍目前的状态都起伏不定，急需一场胜利来稳固军心。赛程过半，现在的每一分对于他们来说也都至关重要。究竟谁能赢下今天这场比赛的胜利？让我们到比赛中一探究竟。接下来，让我们欢迎 Oh My God 以及 FPX Phoenix。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Laura. Today's second game will be OMG versus FPX. Both teams are currently in turbulent form and need a win to stabilize their stress. And halfway through the tournament, every point is now crucial for them. Let's wait and see who can get the final win. And now it's time to welcome Oh My God and FPX Phoenix.
我们15说了，今天这场比赛要给你们 AD 吊起来打。
听说你们今天上了15，我只能说13吊打15。
Well, I don't know what they said, but I'm guessing it's some mild banter only onto each other. Both are just trying to get into the 8th spot magic number, which is said here for the Chinese teams.
And if there is a game to turn your fates around, it is this game. Right? Against the lower end teams, you have to be able to handle the business. And that is to win against them.
It's going to be very difficult to do that for these teams. I mean, sitting at the same ground, almost the same scoreline as well. 2-5, 3-4. They really have to step up.
Let's look at the catwalk of White Cat. We have a lot of cats. Like the player with cats.
In the jungle.
And also, I think Genza also had a cat in the AVP, right? So lots of our players really favors the cats.
Amen. I adore those who adore cats. As a cat lover myself, and Hearts as well being shown there. FPX. And are you a cat person or dog person? Because I see you have a cat at home, but okay, you're both.
Yeah, I'm both. Like I have a cat and I have a dog. The cat that I do have here is just sitting beside me, is raring to meow, and I hope she doesn't. I hope he doesn't, right? Because I don't want it to be heard on broadcast. Yeah, like at the end of the day, does it help me with my mechanics? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure.
Well, pets do have some sort of benefit in terms of overall stress and all that. It is giving a lot of love to our pet owner or our fur parents. And I think it's going to be pretty important as well for our players. We have seen White Cat even in his name, but it's not going to be the one to perform in this fight for side. We will be seeing SMK and Chow. So it's going to be the mid laner of OMG and the support. Wow, okay.
And I think this is not the first time that Chow played in the 1v1 scenario, right? Like I know that you keep track of the stats of the 1v1, but if my memory serves me right, I believe that Chow already played once before in the fight for side. Yeah, okay, good. And he lost against Anran.
Gaming.
Yeah, against Anran,
I mean,
right?
it's Anran.
It's the Yasuo, sorry, not the Yasuo, but it's the
Riven versus Yasuo. Yeah.
A Riven versus
Chow picked up the Riven. Okay. Anran picked up the
Yasuo.
The Samurai God, and well, since it's Anran,
he won, right, convincingly. Right, so that was that moment in where I was so convinced that Yasuo is basically on the worst end of that matchup, but Anran 9 still, again, with the favorable mechanics, is able to defy logic time and time again. And here, once again, we see Chow, the support player for FPX, being their 1v1 player, and that's exciting to see.
SMK so far picked or participated in the fight for side twice. One recently during their match against Woohoo Gaming, or against Lemon at that time, in the Lucian matchup. So maybe you can pick up the same champion again this time around. We haven't really seen Teemo as of this week. I am looking forward to finally seeing it, because it's just, well, two things. It is very effective against ADC, and two, the most important one, it is so cute.
The blind is a very wild card or very influential skill. However, the range advantage of the Caitlyn, I am fearing for the Teemo. Although there is one way to utilize a Teemo, especially on Wild Rift, to have that upper hand. Because if you're a Teemo user, you know this, that you can utilize your stealth or camouflage in order for you to be able to at least shorten the distance to get your combo through. So it is going to be a very exciting matchup. However, I just got, I don't know, excited for nothing, because they have changed their picks. Oh, no. Please look at it.
Yes. Do it. Do it.
Okay, this matchup then is going to be favored to the Corki, right? For sure, right? Like, if you're the Corki, you don't really have to normal attack in order for you to be able to damage your opponent. So,
oh, this is something that I liked, the Samira. And yeah, the Inferno Dragon deals a lot of damage, and hopefully we do get the Collector as well in our next patch, because it's just going to allow our Samira lovers to shine in at least our rank games. I don't think it is going to be influencing our tournament meta just yet, but no, not the Senna. Definitely not the Senna.
Definitely not. Again, the Senna is one of those champions that would have the range advantage in the early parts of the... Okay, for some reason, the picking phase taking a long time, right?
Yeah. Even yesterday, it took like a minute or two before it ended, and they are continuously changing their choice here.
Yeah, well, this is a storied matchup. These are two of the champions that you go for in a 1v1 ADC setup. One would say that Lucian presents the threat against the Caitlyn, because he can dash in, get that initial burst in, and that makes the Caitlyn second guess himself, right? Or second guess herself. And I really think that, in this particular matchup, I feel that, Lucian has the better end of the trading. However, if you are really that good with the Caitlyn, then you can combine your combos with some trap plays that can easily turn the tides into your favor.
Yeah, as long as, well, the win conditions of the Lucian is primarily in the short-term exchanges, especially if you do keep on landing your Piercing Light, then it should be good. But if you step into a trap, if you get hit by the Peacemaker, if you get kited away with the Caitlyn's 90 caliber net, and also the ultimate is just very irritating at times, then that should be the win here of the Caitlyn user, which is Chow. So very different playstyles at the very least here for both players, and let's see who is actually gonna be reigning on top this time around, because both teams wants to get blue side priority since it's their most win position. OMG did win 4 out of 9 games, FPX 4 out of 8 games.
Yeah, both sides are allergic to the red side, right? It's crazy to think that, but it happens. Anyway, so we look into this 1v1 scenario, and again, it is going to be a pleasure to see a Lucian versus a Caitlyn matchup. All I know is that Caitlyn, if you won't be able to hit your traps, basically her damage gets negated by a whole lot, right? So most of her damage really comes from the trap plays. We look into their summoners, and this is a good way to do it, right?
Yeah, 90 caliber net there by Chow, able to equalize the damage. One more should do the trick, and also, having to stand on brushes should allow Chow to have more stacks for her headshot. And SMK does recognize that, has to be keeping his distance most of the time.
That's also one way to make sure that you capitalize the Caitlyn pick. You basically camp on your bush and you auto attack, and that's 2 bullets for the headshot. There you go. Oh,
really good.
Juicy.
One more auto headshot. Ah, that hurts.
Yep. It's exciting to see this matchup because it's basically highly mechanically intensive. It doesn't look like that, but yes, indeed, it is a skill matchup. The Caitlyn versus Lucian.
There's a lot of things being considered here by the players. Wave management, the zone control as well, the cooldowns of each other's abilities, and also the timings of Chow with the headshot stacking. So it looks a little bit dull, but it isn't. It's like playing chess, you know. Sometimes it's silent, but after a while you see someone just winning it suddenly with one move.
Yeah, I mean the only difference is that, you know, in chess, you have to have a very good understanding of the game in order for you to be able to appreciate it, really, right? Like here, you can you would be able to at least appreciate, you know, the small things. There you go, Ardent Blaze to cancel the recall. Those are the small things that I'm talking about. SMK getting some small advantage and delaying the recall of Chow was big, was huge. Hopefully it translates into some bigger advantage for the side of SMK because, again, as we said, when it comes to both the teams, they really would love to win the fight for side selection.
And his delay on the recall of Chow will allow him to at least shove the wave, have a better economy when he goes back into the lane. Is that going to be a Black Cleaver? Okay, still Caps picked up, still the Phage and the Ruby Crystal. Not going to be going with the Black Cleaver just yet. But I don't know. I kind of favor the Blade of the Ruin King even more at times, but maybe the cooldown is more essential here for SMK.
It is indeed a better pickup because it presents you with some small burst as well. The passive of the Blade of the Ruin King. However, there's some HP that you have to also consider when it comes to the Black Cleaver.
Oh yeah, even at times, right, we have seen some people pick up the Ruby Crystal instead of the longsword and has a really good angle or advantage with it with 150 bonus HP. What more if it's a Black Cleaver? And they also get a couple of damage with it, armor penetration, some mobility too. Chow just going with a standard itemization, maybe going with a Storm Raider. Yeah, that is fake.
I like this though, like SMK prioritizing the plate and steel caps. Just to negate a lot of AD coming from Chow. This is also how I do things, right? This is what you often do against an AD matchup because it basically negates a whole lot. And if you're Chow, you would be content in scaling up, getting those items through. This Storm Razor, I assume, you know, the next buy would most likely be Infinity Edge, although it's going to be hella expensive. But those are, you know, the items that you love to have if you are a Caitlyn.
Headshot plus a crit with the IE is just so disgustingly huge. And Chow gonna be exhausted. Both of them are actually gonna be using their summoners. Chow actually taking a bit more damage than he can chew. Has to flash away.
No advantage whatsoever for both sides. And again, this is what is expected though, right? In a 1v1 scenario between two marksmen, between two scaling champions, they would rather play it safe rather than play it risky.
If you were to play here in the 5 side, what champion would you use? But never mind. Whoa, okay, SMK just interrupted me and get that kill.
Yeah, this is what we were saying, right? The all-in potential coming from Lucian is definitely the bane to Caitlyn's rage advantage, and SMK using and investing his flash properly was able to find the timing and also gets 3 plates in the process. That's what, 900 gold? Yeah, now there's a clear disparity between the two, and Chow is basically left to dry here because now there is already 2 items completed.
Wow.
To the side of SMK.
2,000, almost 2,000 gold lead here by SMK. Chow is gonna have a big trouble trying to sustain himself later on into the game. Now, he is going to be engaging once more. Chow taking a bit of damage, able to still fall back a bit. But has to be very careful. Exhaust going to be used. Trap not really connecting here onto SMK. Hasn't used the ult just yet. Able to dodge the light binding, but it won't be enough. SMK even spamming the emotes, gets a 2-0.
Again, it is expected, right? With the level advantage, with the item advantage, everything was in the favor of the Lucian. All you have to do is to just go all in, go into her face, and be able to dish out point blank damage. That's how you win as a Lucian. And yes, in order for you to win this 1v1 fight for side, you either have to win or to get 2 kills, or you get to destroy the tower, in where we saw SMK able to win using the 2 kills win condition.
Or the sudden death can be, just 1 kill and it will be a win already for whoever wins. But, and we talked about them should be having blue side priority, but OMG actually will pick up red side. They won 1 out of 8 games and maybe is looking to change it through this game against FPX.
Not really the best. Numbers don't lie. We all know that, right?
Yeah.
Speaking from experience, analytics-wise, you always have to remember, there's a reason why the numbers are suggesting that this is not a favorable side for you. That's okay. If you're OMG, maybe they're looking ahead. Maybe they're saying that come game number 2, we'll have blue side, and we'll most likely close the door on that game alone, or on that on that second game. Because remember, this is a best of 3, race to 2 is basically the name of the game.
White Cat. Well, Camille's gonna be banned away for sure. Aatrox as well. What can be the angle here of OMG, since they have picked up red side? I'm honestly a little bit nervous here for OMG, given the position that they take here. FPX is gonna be happy with blue side since they have won a lot of games there. 4 out of 8, 50% win rate for this team, and that would at least allow them to maybe pick up a champion for themselves. But maybe OMG does want to secure the Ziggs for them, since naturally, or most of the time, we do see a support priority. A Nautilus or either the Gragas picked up. FPX will have the same situation. OMG can pick up both the support and possibly the Ziggs, so that they can deny that first tower, first herald from FPX.
Always the Gragas though, right? Like, I mean, we saw it from Yuyu just a while back. If presented the opportunity to choose, you go for the Gragas, because that to me is like the Lee Sin of the supports. Very flashy, very high,
very flashy,
and very flexible as well. So if you're able to land your explosive casks so well, then the chances are your team is in a very advantageous position. And that's to consider a lot of changes has already happened onto that explosive cask. Remember, the landing timings, everything were changed from the Gragas first inception here in Wild Rift. They changed it a whole lot, and still all these pro players are able to make use of it so effectively. Aside from series number 1, I expect the same to happen series number 2.
And FPX should first pick it, right? Given the high priority on this Gragas as well, as they are on blue side. Maybe try to work around securing maybe the Varus after that as well. Again, the combination with the cask and the Chain of Corruption is just so irritating if you're on the receiving end of those abilities. Also, Shinzao has been picked up quite a few times in synergy with the Gragas and the Varus. So in terms of team fighting, those 3 champions alone can do a lot in terms of manipulating the positions, going for disengage, going for re-engage as well. And that's something that OMG has to really watch out for.
Among other things, right? So we still have the Sky win condition for FPX. The mid laner of FPX is still so good. And also, one of our key matchup has been the Baron lane matchup, in where we saw Fado going against White Cat. Numbers wise, it really is not telling as to who's going to win that matchup. All we know is that White Cat is so happy to be on the carry Baron laner duty. However, he gets targeted a lot by all the previous teams that they faced against, and for good reason.
Sky, well, he can actually adapt a little bit as well into the mid lane. We have seen a couple of Corki and Lucian picks for him as well, and maybe that can spell out good here for FPX as they try to adapt onto OMG's movements. And generally, if you're FPX, you would want to play things aggressively but not too recklessly, because at times they do get punished. OMG as well is no stranger to that, and that's one of the reasons why they are struggling against the other top tier teams sitting at the, well, lower portion of the standings right now, and trying to climb up is going to be very difficult but possible. They still have a lot of weeks to go, a lot of matches to go through in the next couple of weeks. Well, in terms of securing it, I think they can, unlike Rare Atom, which is definitely struggling right now against any other teams.
Yeah.
FPX, we do see them popping up
Rare
at times.
Atom catching strays from Giyang, even though they're not the ones playing. But yeah, you're right. Like both the teams, they're on the lower half, right, of the Chinese teams. However, they're still good. Like, yeah, if we compare them to the APAC teams, one would say that, hey, you know what, it's winnable for APAC teams facing against them. But they have proven that if facing against APAC teams, they can still handle the business.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I actually want to commend Irma. Well, it is on Rare Atom, but Irma actually improved quite a lot, especially during their match against Nova Esports. So in terms of improvement, in terms of development, it is just appreciated so much coming from me. And Rare Atom, despite struggling, is still looking to fight back against the other top tier teams in the Chinese conference. And FPX OMG should be no stranger to that as well. They have a lot of chances, they have a lot of opportunity. This is the time to do so. They have to really adapt towards movements, get a good read onto each other. For FPX, they have to disable Whitecat, disable SMK as well in terms of being aggressive. OMG as well has to shut down Sky. Maybe try to pin him down, force him into an ADC position, force him to play things reactively instead of aggressively and proactively.
For sure. Like FPX, again, on the blue side, better record overall for them. Not the 1 out of 8 that we've seen prior to this series, so this is definitely going to be favorable to them. And again, let us remind everyone, OMG chose this. OMG was so confident to give blue side to FPX. Now we're seeing such a development to Zayona being respected a whole lot, and I guess it has something to do with Long, with Weiba, with Anran's performance on this champions. You cannot just let this through, because if you let it through, he will always be that threat to the backline.
SMK as well is really good on these champions. And FPX, props to them for recognizing his potential with these champions. So that is the position they have. That is the leverage they have against OMG right now, since they are sitting on blue side. OMG has to ban the Camille and the Aatrox, and then only one champion for a target ban. Maybe onto Sky, maybe onto A13. Ziggs gonna be taken away here. Denied onto 15. He is really good on this champion. And it is a good ban. Maybe force him into using a Zoe, in which he does struggle at times. But the Nautilus is also going to be taken away here by OMG. They want the Zoe.
Yeah, but there's also like the new flavor of the month thing ongoing in the Dragon Lane, right? And you know who I'm talking about, right? It's always the Varus that has been one of the best picks right now in the Dragon Lane. And truth be told, all these players really wants their Varuses, mainly because one, it's an ADC still, although it's played as a pro champion. And by the way, speaking of Dragon Laners, we forgot of one champion that can easily change the tides of a game, and that is the Senna. FPX and blue side, brother, we talked about this. This is already a power pick, and I already see them winning just from the draft alone.
Oh yeah. This is a champion that we have seen banned away for quite a while now. Even in the other days, it's just always getting taken out. Only a few times it has materialized into the pick phase. OMG now will have their hands on the Gragas. This is something we have talked about prior to the series as well. Varus as well. The combination. This is the deadly combination. OMG does get both.
I hope this is going to let through. This is going to go through. I mean, I miss my Amumu in this move and be fair to the Senna. I'm kidding. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to win by sticking to what has been proven to be a good set of champions, and that's the reason why we have what we call meta. OMG getting their hands to the flavor of the month Varus would allow them to have a Serpent's Fang user, right? Although it kind of messes up your belt path, right? Because normally what we often see from the Varuses that we have seen so far is like first armor penetration item would either be the Duskblade or would either be the Yumus, and then the second item would almost always going to be the Edge of Night for extra protection. Anyway, so we're still very much standard here. Nautilus being banned away means that Gragas and Galio would be split both sides.
Now OMG has an answer towards the full sustain medic squad here of FPX. The Olaf not gonna be concerned about any crowd control that FPX does throw at him, and they have also a lot of anti-engage, counter-engage tools that they can work around. The Chain of Corruption, the Cask as well for the isolation plays. That is going to be key here for OMG. Now they have to take away some champions that can serve really good into the front line. Fiora is something that we have seen that the team used and protect a lot of times, and it has to be respected so much here by OMG.
You expect that this is an FPX Yumi draft? I don't see the angle of it being Yumi anymore, just because there's already the Senna and the Galio. I think they will be contented in just having Senna, Shen, and the Galio. And now you take away those champions that can easily be supported by all these champions, but there's still the Kazakhs, right? I'm still thinking that the Kazakhs is a perfect pick for FPX and just move over the Shen over to the Baron side.
Yeah, Gwen gonna be respected. A good respect by OMG as well on Viven and also the Fiora. I believe Weibo Gaming picked up this same lineup and had the Fiora into the top lane, had the Zed as well as their mid laner. FPX can actually adapt that as well, at least with the Zed pick. Will OMG take it away?
That's WBG, right? Like, they are the team that I really get goosebumps on whenever they get their hands onto this full sustained composition, as you said.
Oh yeah.
But OMG is going to play things around and would secure one of the best Baron laners available. Because you could see that the last rotation of bans was all on the Baron lane. You ban away the Jax, Gwen, Riven, and Fiora. What is there left to pick? There is that Renekton. And now Garen. Oh, okay. All right. Well, this is this is decent if you are to ask me, because FPX, again, with the lineup that they have, regardless of it being Wukong or Garen, it's the same result. They have a good scaling in the mid lane for Sky, which is basically their win condition, because at least in my eyes, FPX win condition has always been Sky, right? He's so stable in the mid lane, and now he's being he's going to be gifted some insurance plays as well, because they have a Senna scaling and a Shen that could easily throw off the opponent. So overall, the draft of FPX, so good.
Whoa. OMG,
is this the first
going
time or
with
second
Kassadin.
time?
This is the third time we are going to be seeing the Kassadin being picked up.
For OMG?
Wow, okay. Well, not for OMG, but in general here in the
because
WRL.
I remember that Mitz was able to pick it twice, and then there was another team that was able to pick it once, and now OMG is going to show it. So it could be the fourth time overall in the tournament. Correct me if I'm wrong. You're the stats guy. Yeah, okay.
Actually, OMG picked up during their match against Thunder Talk.
Oh, okay. So
counter
this is the
Akali.
To counter the Akali, and that's the normal matchup that I often see whenever a Kassadin gets picked up. It is to answer the Akali in the mid lane, but Kassadin against the Corki in the mid lane, like, well, laning wise, it's going to be a lot of struggles, but come late game, you would have access to Rift Walks that could easily burst down, this squishy members. I'm just not a fan though overall. I just feel that, this is too greedy on the late game side right now, and that he won't be given enough space to really perform well on this champion.
So that puts a lot of pressure to Whitecat right now, right? So since he is the one that has the early game champion, Renekton, maybe Monster can help him out as well, since, well, actually, if we compare Renekton, Gragas versus Wukong and the Senna, that should give the edge here in terms of pressure in the lane. on OMG, right? Since we see a lot of times that a Senna dies whenever he is against a Gragas, against a Nautilus, plus a Baron lane that has some sort of gap close and crowd control. So A13 has to be very careful.
We're going to start game number 1 with a pause. Once again,
we have seen a lot of pauses lately.
Yeah, well, we've seen a lot of pauses. And okay, so the good thing about all the pauses that has happened so far, is that it started, or that the pause happened at the very beginning of the game, which means that there is no delays whatsoever. I mean, it also happened come early game or around the first dragon timer for NAOS Esports. But I'm okay with this, right? As long as it's not going to affect or it's not going to happen mid game, it's a lot better for them to check what is happening and for them to try to resolve it.
So that's how they use the. So there's a bit of
there's
a small panel.
There's a control panel, right? And you can select whatever you want to show. But there's no Pengu. No, not the Pengu. There's no Corki. The Pengu question mark is there, but the Corgi backside emote.
That's the cutest. I think that is the cutest, if not second cutest as well. I do like the question mark emote as well. That they keep spamming at times here in the stage, and well, personally for me, if I were there, I would keep on spamming it. It just looks so good, and it's a nice touch that our organizers actually added into the stage. Maybe in the playoffs we will see a lot of that happening as well.
I hope the casters should have access to that as well, right?
If we have that, that would be so good.
Yeah,
that would be so good.
I meant the
I don't know how we are going to be showing it out.
I meant the onside casters. Show your horses. I don't think we will ever fly over, but yeah, sure. I mean, if they are going to ask us to fly over, then sure. By the way, the problem has been solved and the game will be resumed very, very soon, because you could see on the right-hand side the progress of the pause. I hope this is available to all esports titles out there, because this is such a cool development. By the way, Sky, Wait,
what? I thought it was a Wukong.
Yeah, alright. Well, that plus the fact that the Quirky is going to be used on the top side.
Huh. So, is
this a surprise? Yeah, sure. It's a strategy that I'm liking so far. Although, if you are to ask me, Renekton, one of the most underrated things about Renekton is that it also has a decent matchup against range matchup, especially against the Quirky, the Cannon, because the range is not that far, right? Which means the Slice and Dice can definitely reach this squishy member. So Fado gets Whitecat, just trying to bully out Whitecat in the process.
Yeah, and now kill threat is much better here for OMG. As long as they survive the pokes coming in from Fado and A13, they should be fine. Level 3 is their angle here into this matchup, and Fado and A13 has to be very careful.
But look at the Olaf as well. He's kind of in the area as well, so it is expected that he will go for a full clear, which would give him some chance to go and gank the lane topside. These are both very squishy members, right? Senna plus Corki. You land one skill shot, it's bye-bye.
Yeah, it's a ranked game duo. It's double ADCs in a lane that we don't necessarily see in tournaments, but Monster taking a bit of damage there. That is the way to go when you do have double ADCs. Pokes are incredibly scary. Coming in from FPX and Whitecat, gonna be forced away.
Oh, 2 wards, gifting level 5 immediately to Inyon, and Inyon could elect to use that Ragnarok to really prevent FPX, and so the mind game continues, right? So Inyon, what he did there was to just clear the vision, threaten a potential dive onto the members of FPX, forcing them to back away. There was no reason for Inyan to be on the top side because there's really nothing to farm at that point, right? So, yeah, good adjustment and good rotation overall coming from the jungler of OMG.
And now as level 5 is unlocked, global pressure is now on for FPX. Stand United, Heroes
true.
Entrance, even the Dawn in Shadow is going to be available here from A13. And OMG has to be very careful. Maybe they can force out some of those objectives in a small fight in preparation for an objective later on. But when they do that, they have to be extremely careful, because if they get caught, even one with one ability, that can be a kill already for FPX.
One thing to note though, do you really like Fado to be the one playing the Corki? Because I really think that Sky is their win condition, right? Like, oftentimes we see Fado be on the defensive side, be on the safe side or weak side of the map. But now FPX is trying to switch things up and trying to invest more resources and more carry duties on towards Fado.
Yeah, personally, I like Sky using the carry champions instead.
Exactly.
The Garen is a little bit confusing for me. Fado, though, given his good stability in the Baron lane, and so far he's doing really well into the laning phase, should be a positive sign here for FPX. No ganks so far from OMG, especially right now at level 5, 6 here. So give it a Stand United, Dawning Shadow, even a Hero's Entrance, if ever Chow moves into the mid lane, should provide a lot of safety for Fado to keep on scaling up.
And again, you will only be allowed to do this if you have a Senna on your lineup, right? The Senna was the reason why he's able to play the Corki on a long lane. And look at this, the cheese strategy coming from Sky, being able to get at least one tower plate off of that Hullbreaker buy. This is how you utilize Hullbreaker. You immediately get or assert your dominance on the lane.
Get a couple of plays, help the economy of the team as well. Try to scale up as fast as you can. Monster going to be initiated, Last Embrace is going to be used, and a lot of damage as well. But Monster not going to be disengaging for the meantime, or not going to be following up for the meantime, rather.
That's good, because if you're OMG, you definitely need the explosive cask. But Monster, again, just being patient, just being so disciplined, did not pull the trigger. FPX wanted the explosive cask to be burned. Oh!
But they want to get the kill onto Monster. Stand United also going to be used there. Fado actually going deep here into the members of OMG. Can they actually get the first blood? They do onto the virus, and that should give them the dragon priority.
That, I think, is the most unfortunate explosive cask possible for the side of OMG, because it basically resulted into one of the carries going down as well. Sky, though, trying to go for some plays here.
Oh, Hero's Entrance as well. Completely zones in and out. Double objective for FPX. Wow.
This is what we're talking about, right? FPX on blue side, they just have more comfortability on this side, and now double objective at 5-minute mark is a huge swing. QF16, by the way, is one of their newer members, and this is like their his third series. On his during his first series, he was so effective at the Shijao and all that. And again, we'll look back into this play. Monster was almost at very good explosive cast to save himself, but not to save the life of A13, and that's just so sad.
Yeah, Fado got closer towards 15 there, and well, since Stand United was used, easy taunt as well, easy follow-up, easy kill. Easy 2 objectives. Now they're sitting at 1,500 gold lead against OMG as well. Trinity Force picked up by the Corki. This is so far not looking good for OMG.
Yeah, good catch. It's 15, not A13. Both of them are numbers. Only one is... it's so confusing, man. I really hope that we have the old interface back, just because it allows us to see exactly
I want that as well, but yeah.
Right. Yeah, we have to make do with what we have. Now, there's a lot of numbers, right? You have A30, you have QF16, and then on the other side, you have 15. So, all about familiarity. And I do apologize to our viewers there with the small fumble. But now, FPX is not apologetic at all with their plays. They're able to make some play here on the bot lane. No tower plates to be had, though. Still, a good chunk of HP here on the bot lane. And if you are OMG, you need to scale well into the late game and help out this Kassadin be more impactful. Will that happen, though, with the way FPX has started this game? We'll find out soon.
7 minutes and a half. So far, OMG is standing very strong. Given that the RH wasn't used in the mid lane, that should be okay here for OMG. Actually, that is a bit of damage that Fado took there from SMK, but still, after the burst, Kassadin is very vulnerable and has to really disengage, keep his distance away from the Corki for the meantime. It's not his time yet.
He's level 9 already, which means that that's already a level 2 Rift Walk. And I thought that, you know, there was an opportunity for him to be greedy and to try to get that solo kill, but he respected all the potential emergency buttons available to FPX, right? They can call the Gallia, they can call the Shen. Heck, they can even call the ult from the Senna, and that won't be a favorable trade overall for SMK. So if you look back into that play, you would say, all right, SMK did the right thing. There's no need for him to greed. All he needs to do is to just make his presence felt.
And the presence is felt here by White Cat. Into the top lane, Sword gonna be cutting his throat. Chain of Corruption gonna be used. Dawning Shadow as well. The tower is being tapped by Sky for so long. They even got the second kill onto 15. This is a disaster now for OMG.
Yeah, now it is immediately going to the side of FPX. A13 could even survive this. There you go, one tower to the side of FPX. Ultimately, you know, wins across the board for FPX. You said it right. This has now started to become a disaster for OMG. And we'll look at that replay once again. The easiest Shen delivery system. You use the Garen, although the the Shadow Dash did not connect. It was not a problem. And to me, what really secured the second kill was the Hero's entrance, clipping 15. There you go, pixel perfect, and knocking up Varus in the process. That's 2 kills for nothing for FPX.
Yeah, Dawning Shadow Shield as well allowed Sky to survive with 1 HP remaining after tanking so many tower shots there. And if you're OMG right now, what should you do? I mean, all single target pickups is so difficult to do. Kassadin is so far into the late game, even with the amount of lead that FPX is getting. It's so difficult to close that gap. Sky leading the gold charts right now. Gift 16 as well.
And hear me out, like, even if it reaches the late game, what does the Kassadin do? Absolutely nothing. I mean, you look at the lineup of FPX, double marksman, it's so hard to penetrate.
Yeah, they're so comfortable in any sort of teamfight setup. Despite the Chain of Corruption of 15, they're very stable. They have all the defenses ready, set in play.
Yeah, and I was so sure not to pass it over to you because that's just how the things will go for OMG. You know, at this point, if they try to force things, tendencies are it would be worse for them, you know, when it comes to trading. And so now FPX, again, just getting another objective win. They could easily summon the Rift Herald onto the mid lane and secure another dragon for themselves.
OMG wants to posture down into this Infernal Drake. Can they actually force the FPX to commit? Even so, it might actually be very bad for them. SMK does have a really good angle. Sky took a little bit of damage there. Chow just enabling the team right now. Good dodge on the Chain of Corruption. Can be here to isolation play with a cast. But look at the medic squad working here for Sky. Still able to stay alive. And now OMG is going to be in trouble. White tanking a lot of damage, but still is going to get taken down. Never mind. It's going to be the Ola that gets taken out. Still the Dragon handed over to FPX. 15 going to be in trouble. Same goes for SMK. Desperately trying to flee. But that punch with the flash by Chow will secure them the kill.
So good coming from FPX. Again, multiple kills again to them. And there was one interaction that I really missed, or that I wanted to highlight in that particular replay, and that was SMK canceling the hero's entrance with the use of his Gnawing Void. There you go. There's a small silence that really cancels everything, right? Now, here's the surprising part. You know what FPX did? They just made sure that both marksmen would still be able to hit like a truck, and SMK wanted to kill the support, which I don't think it's a good idea, right? Because if you're the Kassadin, your primary target should always be the marksmen, those damage dealers. If you try to go for the support and the tank, chances are that would happen to you. Your chances of winning this game and this team fight would crumble down.
Yeah, and both Fado and A13 was just able to free it for days there. And OMG had no answer, given that, well, the target priority isn't really the best at that time.
Oh no, Monster, he's dead. Absolutely dead.
Stasis to buy some time, but actually able to flash and body slam away. So that's good for OMG at the very least. Damage mitigation, a push into the bottom lane as well, but FPX can just go in this mid.
Yeah. Still, that's a lot of investment that was used by the Gragas to just survive, and that's the story of the game for OMG, right? With the amount of investment that they put out, what do they get in return? Almost nothing, right? It's almost always going to be a favorable trade to the side of FPX. And you look at the gold chart, 3 of the members of FPX is just so ahead of everyone right now, with QF16 leading the way. We have seen QF16 pop off on the Shenjiao on the Aatrox. This is, I think, the first time that we have seen him on the Shen as well. What a pickup for FPX.
Yeah, what a big growth as well for this team right now, heading towards their match against OMG. Completely in charge of the game as well. 2 Dragon Stacks picked off, RH used into the mid lane to unlock the tier 1 a while ago, and now Sky gonna be in trouble, should be, but again, Stand United is available, Hero's Entrance as well, and they immediately follow up, Dawning Shadow as well for additional shield. Everything is just on fire here for FPX. Everyone is tanking. Yeah, QF16 gonna be very, very okay. 15 not gonna be having the best of time, unable to free it at all. OMG just has to flee.
Oh my god, Sky. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, alright. That is Kai with some flashy play.
Wow.
On the Garen. That's not what I expected, right? But that's what you can do if you're so far ahead. You flash in, you pop your Spinaroonie, and you execute without the use of the Demolition Justice. Just a huge advantage overall to the side of FPX. As we look into the replay once again, it all started with them trying against the Garen, and this is like one of the saddest parts of the movie, right? You go for the Garen calls calls the Stand United, calls for the Hero's Entrance, and basically was able to dish out what, half health worth of damage to SkyFL. That's it. You were not even able to make him be scared for his life, because he's just so chunky and he's just so healthy at the end of it all.
Oh, doesn't flinch at all. He has the backup. No sweat. Tanking everything there from OMG. Chain of Corruption going to be used there by 15. Isolation play as well. Stand United for the disengage. Can they actually get the kill? Yeah, they do. A little bit late there on the Stand United. But now here comes the Olaf. Not really doing a whole lot here in this fight. And OMG, they're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, that's a good one. If you are OMG, right? Chains of Corruption hitting means that it's an easy target for the explosive cask. And that's how you win with his lineup. You target down the marksman, not the Garen, because this Garen is already at the raid boss status. I mean, you look at him, all the items that he needs. This is basically close to the unkillable Garen territory with 4 items, 3 items already completed. I mean, Serax Gauge, and also these items by the Garen, it's not all that tanky, right? These are what we call the Juggernaut items, or the Bruiser items. It has damage in it.
But they have all the abilities to actually just increase his durability. The Stand United, Hero's Entrance, Dawning Shadow. It's like you have to kill him twice to kill him once.
And the 1v1 between the Renekton and the Garen is going to result into a solo kill. SkyFL. There you go. How do you solve this if you are OMG? You have to go back, friends!
You have to go back. Has to answer the top lane push, and that should give FPX at least a dragon. Actually, they are gonna be trying to sustain Sky here, or to buy enough time to work around with. Yeah. Well, that's 2 kills, but still 3 dragons for FPX.
Yeah, but there was no reason for Sky to attempt to take down the Nexus. Because now OMG has the opportunity to go for a Baron play. This is still scary though, because Chao and the company still presents a lot of threat.
Yeah, double ADC still, and a frontline monster going to be tanking a lot. The cast not going to be that much effective, but the Kassadin is doing some work. Here's Entrance going to be used for the disengage. SMK might actually be in trouble. Distraction play can be good, but are they really distracted? They are in the Baron buff right now. Well, good smite at the very least to get this for OMG, but they have to flee. Everyone has to escape. 15 going to be the sacrificial member. And the Monster as well, I don't think he can actually escape.
Oh, a 1v1 for the Aegis. Fado wins that. And with only one member remaining, that is Wildcat. He has access to the Baron buff, so this push by FPX would at least be challenged. I don't think the Nexus is still golden. Yeah, there you go. It's no longer the golden Nexus, so this could be an easy finish for FPX.
Yeah, 18 minutes and FPX finally gets the ace. End game number 1. Now, we talked about the stats, the priorities, especially the win rates they have on blue side. And FPX does go with what's working for them. With a medic squad and Sky with a Garen. Fado with a Corki. It's working for them.
Numbers says it all, right? If you're OMG, why do you choose the red side? It is as clear as a day that FPX shows up better on the blue side rather than the red, and we basically opened up a trap for yourself if you're OMG. So I hope for game number 2, OMG gets to play on the blue side, but I doubt it, right? If you are FPX, what do? You have the side selection come game number 2 because you lost that fight for side, and it's most likely going to be FPX on blue.
Yeah. And they will just try to get that same draft once again. Maybe put the Sky into the Garen once more. Fado on the Corki again. That performed really well in that game. Even in the laning phase, no threat at all into the Baron lane. No threat at all towards Fado, despite the Renekton and the Gragas. No ganks. Whitecat just got poked out. Monster as well. Always going back to the base. Fado even getting the highest damage in this game. Such clean movements by FPX.
I mean, you start the game getting all those pokes in against the Renekton. I feel for Whitecat, right? Like, this guy, we have been hyping up Whitecat from OMG as the promised one. But every single time I see him play, he's either target banned or like targeted this way. Like being placed in a position that he won't be able to really succeed and is not able to at least get the resources that he needs to pop off. I just hope that, OMG would have at least some sense of urgency as well and in trying to get Whitecat ahead in this game. They tried, like they invested the Renekton pickup, which is one of the stronger Baron laners, but look at the smarts of FPX. They outsmarted OMG by just going with the Corki on the Baron lane.
Yeah, outranged, outkited. Senna as well for A13 was really good. And generally, well, OMG had such a hard time in that particular game. SMK as well tried to scale up with the Kassadin, but didn't see that much threat. And in one Dragon fight, he didn't have the best target selection as well. So a lot of things to be considered here by OMG heading down towards game number 2. They are going to be back into the drawing board. Let's see if they are going to be able to pick up blue side this time around. Since FPX, I think they will be very comfortable picking up blue side once again, since it has been really just working for them. Getting that first pick maybe onto the Shen and just having the medic squad again. It's not looking good for OMG.
Yeah, we already have the information as to what the side selection will be come game number 2, but we are not going to spoil anyone yet. We're going to wait for game 2 to commence so that we can talk about it in full circle. But again, Guillaume, like while we're waiting for the MVP, is there anyone that you think is deserving of the MVP? That game number 1 for FPX.
I'm trying to decide whether it's Fado or Sky right here. Because damage Fado, definitely. And he did a really good job in the Baron lane, playing it out safe and scaling for the team. And he is very much deserving of this MVP as well. But commendable efforts for Sky. He maintained his aggressive playstyle while having this champion, and just everyone just piggyback horse riding on him the entire game. Tanked a lot. Even helped out Fado in the Baron lane. It's just so good here for FPX.
I 100% agree with you. Like Sky on that Garen, I hate to say it, but yeah, he was so effective as the champion. It's not because of the player, right? Guys, I have to remind everyone, I'm one of the bigger Garen haters out there.
Yeah, well, yeah. Let's see if Garen is going to be toned down next time. And let's see if OMG is going to be able to come back in this game number 2. We are going to be going into a break. Let's see you guys later.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great...
Let's see if it's going to be the same situation here for OMG, because FPX is going back on blue side. OMG gonna be sticking onto the red side of the map, and well, given game number 1 situation, I am a little bit nervous here for OMG.
Yeah, amp it up, right? Like, you have to really feel nervous for OMG for now. Again, it's not... Okay. I don't want to say this, but at least in this particular series, you know, the fight for side really would dictate a lot, because numbers don't lie, guys. And OMG hasn't won on red side for so long. And I know that, you know, Giang already has stats to this. When was the last time that they were able to win on red side? I'll double check that.
Because I don't know as well. OMG, they have been struggling a lot. They are on a lose streak as well in the last 2 series. So when?
It's day 16. So
oh,
Yeah,
A long time.
It was April 29. It was against Thunder Talk. And that was the game in where we saw Olaf of Indian pop off. So that was their only win on the red side. And so you have to understand as well that OMG tried to go for the same play, because we saw it from game number 1. You know, they at least tried to control the tempo of the game, but was easily denied by the Fado special, getting the quirky on the top side and just basically gets OMG on the back foot, including Indian on the Olaf.
Lulu ban. That is surprising here for FPX. I don't know why, but okay. I would actually anticipate Ziggs being banned away instead, but they do take that. OMG finally gets a respect onto KF16's Shen performance a while ago, and this is something that we have been seeing. Yeah, Senna could come through. Maybe later on the Galio as well.
There's no reason. Wait, what?
Huh.
Unless you're trying to at least be flexible with your picks and trying to get some experience here and there. This pickup by FPX onto the Nautilus opens up a Senna pickup for OMG. OMG also neglects the Senna as an option, which is not something that we often see, right?
Maybe they're banking on what worked for them during their particular match, their last win. 15 had the Ziggs, they had the Olaf as well. SMK had the Akali, in which it is open as of the moment. Will OMG pick it up though is the question. I think maybe they can go with it right now, since, well, they can still pick up another support later on in their third pick.
What do you pick if you are OMG? Do you go straight Akali? Alright, so you go for the support. Okay, picking the Akali was okay at that point because, one, the Nautilus was already picked, so there's no way that FPX would run a draft of Nautilus and Gragas, right? Unless they were planning of putting the Nautilus on the jungle. Now, if you're FPX, they were punished. Like, they were able to pinpoint that OMG would not even dare to pick the Senna. And so the draft is still the same, right? This is still a Senna-centered draft, where all you have to do is to get this scaling Senna ahead after game by going for some rotation. And now he has a Fiora. They have a Fiora.
Wow. I like this. They got the Nautilus, denied it of OMG because game number 1 they banned it out. Now they have access towards the champion that is a hard counter towards the early game of the Senna. So A13 is going to be having such a good time in the Baron lane once more to help out Fado, despite whatever champion that Whitecat is going to be picking up. He does pick up the Riven in line with the Gragas. So in terms of kill pressure, it's still going to be relatively high, but not as deadly as a Nautilus.
Yeah, Nautilus is just so easy to execute against the Senna, right? Like, one dredge line could easily mean the death out of Senna. But yeah, if you're OMG, again, the story has always been, how do you unlock the monster in the Baron lane? And now he has access to the Riven, which is a favorable matchup against the Fiora. Then again, the problem is still the same. It's not going to be a 1v1. It is going to be most likely a 2v1, a 2v2 at best, because this Senna is not going downstairs. It's immediately going to support this Fiora pickup by FPX, which means that if they are able to win the key matchup that we have highlighted for this series, Fado versus Whitecat, chances are FPX would end up winning 2-0.
So big pressure right now towards the junglers as well, especially for Indian. He has to really pop up, maybe help out Whitecat as well, enable him, because a while ago with the Olaf, he didn't really have that much impact in the game. He was completely negated at all. Yeah, you have the chance to negate some of the crowd control, but everyone else on your team is just completely zoned away. Now, it's not going to be the case. There's no Galio, there's no Shen. Well, Dawning Shadow is available. But will this Kha'Zix actually work?
It basically is one of the ways to answer the Senna, right? Like, if there is a Senna, what you need to really have is to to get that immediate burst available for you and for your squad to try to threaten down the Senna. And with the pairing of Ziggs and Kha'Zix, we could easily see a Mega Inferno Bomb into a leaping Kha'Zix onto the death of Senna. That's one way to look at it, right? But FPX, my god, is going for a Galio. And this Nautilus is most likely going to the jungle. What a curveball.
Wow. Yeah, and also Sky gonna be picking up such an aggressive champion this time around. The Jay's in the mid lane as well. Lucian gonna be the natural response alongside with a Corki, but
sure.
Wow, FPX actually becoming more and more creative now. Let's see if it is gonna be working against OMG, because well, they still have a lot of sustain.
Sure, and we have also seen this Nautilus in the jungle, the AP Nautilus burst, right? Like, oftentimes, we see it as an answer to the Aatrox because you can easily lock down an opponent. It doesn't really lack damage, per se. Well, compared to the other options in the jungle, you would say, the damage of a Nautilus leaves a lot to be desired. But the lockdown and the single target burst of a Nautilus is nothing to scoff at, right? Immediately can destroy your HP bars, especially when built full AP.
Yeah, and well, 15 is gonna be shivering in fear for sure later on. Just one depth charge into a combination with the Nautilus and you're gonna be dead. They also have a finishing touch, the Dawning Shadow, if ever 15 does survive with a sliver of health. So he has to be really protected here by the members of OMG. Eyes on Monster later on. Again, the explosive cast hasn't really been on point in game number 1. Game number 2, he has to polish that.
And if you are Monster, right, and OMG, it was a good thing that they secured the Gragas come first rotation, because it was indeed a jungle Nautilus. And the last time we have seen the jungle Nautilus, I believe it was during first week, right? Like, you've been casting a lot of games, and I don't think this is a famous pick whatsoever for all the teams that we have out here. But here comes FPX. They're saying that if a team called Nova Esports was able to make Nasus in the jungle work, then yeah, for sure we can make the Nautilus work in the jungle.
We have seen it as a counter as well, or at least a bit of a response against an Aatrox jungle. Because if you have the burst, then, well, as a Nautilus, you have both burst and suppression as well. So in this case, FPX against OMG, if they at least get one, that is already a big damage mitigation towards OMG's members. Riven, the Kha'Zix, the Lucian, everyone is vulnerable, even the Ziggs. No one can tank that much damage here on their side. And again, we're going to be going back on Monster. He has to really be providing a lot of space, protection for his allies. It's going to be very difficult to do that. But let's see if he can.
Definitely big responsibility. No way to support him as well. There's no Shen play that he can call to. And also, Inyan also has to be very careful, right? One of the best ways to answer a Kha'Zix is an all-in coming from the Nautilus, right? You depth charge a Kha'Zix, and the Kha'Zix would just be scared to engage. And that's one way to handle the draft of OMG by going for the draft of FPX. Do not get us wrong, right? This is not an auto-win draft for FPX. It is creative at best. It has a lot of positive points, but it's definitely not an auto-win. To me, if you look at the lineup, OMG having their standard draft has a very good chance of winning this.
FPX though, KF16, he will have his hands on both Scuttle Crabs. That is a fast clearing Nautilus. Denying also, some objectives here for Inyan is just so bad right now for OMG.
The good thing for OMG is it's not as big as it was before, right? Because previously it was a mortal sin to gift over 2 Scuttle Crabs to the opposition. At least now, it's bearable. And you're right, like, one of the underrated things about the Nautilus is its clear speed.
Oh, immediate flash as well onto Inyan. Is gonna be in trouble. Gonna be able to back out. Fortunately, reinforcements are there. SMK and Monster helping him out. But still, so scary.
It was indeed very scary. We look into the top lane, and Whitecat isn't level 5 yet, so Fado is enjoying the small advantage that he was able to get. He needs to go back though, eat some fruits, stay healthy.
A13 as well will be sustaining him with a heal. Able to hit them as well as Whitecat, but had it been level 5 for Whitecat, that could have been first blood, so good.
For sure.
Good damage mitigation there as well by Fado at the very least, respecting the potential level 5 and just playing it out as safely as possible.
Look at UF16. He is trying to... Okay, well, I thought that there would be some all-in potential from him yet again, but I don't think that his ultimate is already up and available. It would be in a couple of seconds though. SMK receiving some decent damage from Sky. This is what I think is the most comfortable champion that I would put Sky FL on. That's the gist, right? He always performs well in this champion, and now he has access to the Hall Breaker. So similar to what happened during game number 1, in where he will try to cheese out some tower plates as well. It is expected that he will try to do the same against the Lucian.
Maintaining the split push and also maintaining his aggressive playstyle against the members of OMG should be better right now here for Sky. A while ago he was a bit of a tank, still maintaining a lot of attacking there onto OMG, but this time around he does have some poke capability. Hitting there onto SMK is huge. Now into the top lane, Fado might actually be in trouble. Good dodge onto barrier. Almost that range minion attack forced the barrier.
Oh, okay. Alright, Whitecat has decided not to overchase and will be content in getting 2 plates as his reward. This is the Whitecat that we've been raring to see. The Whitecat that is allowed to pop off. Just buried his fans in that small exchange.
I mean, there's no kill, but it allowed them to secure the RH and maybe can use it into the top lane as well. FPX starts to respond with a DR take. Sky gonna be flashing away as well. SMK almost got taken out there, so good respect onto each other. Inferno Bomb gonna be used there into the bot side, just an attempt in getting that steal. But now Inyan, okay, gonna be in trouble a little bit. Has to pay some respect. At least they do get a tower.
Okay. That's a first brick. Some plates as well. Full plates top side. Whitecat enjoying the big advantage that was gifted to him by his jungler. It's now about translating this lead in the Baron side into something bigger, into something broader. And look at this! A 2-for-2 special. It's not often that we see a 2-for-2 special, but hold that thought.
Yeah, Monster gonna be in trouble. He should be dead right now. Sky gonna be getting that kill. Never mind, A13 does get it. And Sky says, okay, that's yours.
One of the things that, you know, often gets overlooked is the small icon on top of your head whenever you have the Hall Breaker. So I'm not 100% sure as to if Monster tried to engage. No, he just tried to sneak out the recall, and at that last possible second, Sky was able to check his corners, check his bushes, and was able to sniff out Monster. This is definitely scary because, as you said, Monster has a big responsibility in making sure that OMG will not be easily bullied out during the early game, and that mistake is not something that you want from your support player.
And if he makes more mistakes on that, then he's just gonna get punished here and there and more here by FPX. Already chunked down to half health, doesn't have the Warmugs completed just yet. And FPX is just gonna be looking for more engage. That charge into the flash and immediate kill there. Mega Inferno Bomb gonna be used, but to no avail.
One of the flashiest play. Okay. Alright. Okay. This is a juicy target, an isolated Fado, but Fado, Inyan is still respecting Fado in the process. SMK though, even though he pays a lot of respect, it doesn't matter. 3-man gank here on the bot lane resulted into a death of the mid laner of OMG.
So 3 kills picked up by FPX. to counter a little bit on what White Cat is having of a lead right now into the top lane. Cost gonna be used here. Isolated play. KBG might actually be in trouble, but still will get taken down. Hero's entrance a little bit late. Can they actually get the kill? The answer is no. Inyan gonna be going on to A13, and now Isolated member is gonna be shivering in fear. Triple kill by the Kazakhs. Sky a little bit late. 15 is there. Can they actually do anything? The answer is no.
This is starting to become scary for FPX. Now, there is definitely a win condition to the side of OMG because Wildcat now has someone to help him as a damage threat. I mean, you look at this 1v1 though.
Oh, will win. Wildcat taking a bit of damage there, especially through the Grand Challenge, but well,
good to be very
won't
safe.
Commit.
True, and he also has the Executioner's Calling, just to make sure that he has access to some grievous wounds to negate some healing coming from the Fiora. But overall, FPX, yeah, they were able to get 3 kills, but immediately answered by OMG. Let's look at that play once again. Again, you did say that Monster has a big responsibility in this game alone, and that big responsibility starts now, right? He was able to make a very good, or he's able to cast a very good explosive cast, resulting in what, 2-3 kills for the side of OMG. And Inyan being the recipient of all those kills is definitely a need for them because OMG needs 2 damage threats.
KF16 does deal a lot of damage, but he is quite squishy right now. It has to play things a little bit with more respect. Oh, almost there with a cast. Body Slam gonna be connecting depth charge onto the back line, but KF16 actually gonna be going in. A little bit questionable. Shield of Turan gonna be used by Chow to zone away the members of OMG, and that should be it. RH taken by OMG.
Now they can open up the mid lane tower easily, right? You summon the Rift Herald and then you just put out the satchel, and that should be an easy taking for OMG. Now FPX is now feeling the pressure, right? They have to at least be able to challenge this dragon. However, on the top side, you would already see that OMG was able to prep their wave, even able to get the tower on the top side, possibly. There's a huge chunk of minion wave on the top side. Finally, Fado was able to reach and was able to clear that one out. QF16 another engage.
Not the best target. Onto Monster, he is quite tanky.
3-man root!
Last embrace was so beautiful. Can they actually get the shutdown onto Inyan? The answer is gonna be no. Sky as well is posting for that shock blast. Is trying to look for that kill, but won't be able to do so.
That's so unlucky if you're OMG. You're doing everything by the book. And then all of a sudden, one misplay by OMG resulted into a 3-man root and resulting into a kill overall. Now another objective to the side of FPX. Now they are posturing for that 3 dragons win condition. Sky close to level 11, trying to get his scope over to Inyan, but Inyan still very much safe here.
Oh, imagine just with one last embrace, it translated into a kill, into a dragon, second dragon for FPX. Now OMG is in a bit of a back end of this game right now. Tower also falling down into the mid lane. Suddenly FPX is getting a lot in just a minute here.
Yeah, this is more on OMG than FPX, right? The OMG had no reason to at least die, or to die there. I'm pretty sure that they wanted to take it back because the amount of wins that FPX was able to get off of that play alone. Yeah, this is a given, right? Like, you just summon the Rift Herald, then you go for the satchel play. That's easy pickings.
Oh, White as well wants to get an engage on the Fado, but will be disengaging for the meantime. They do have the tower taken out in the mid, and FPX just wants to reset a bit. They have the Jace into the bottom lane to go with the sides, with a side lane push, with the Hull Breaker. Fiora as well into the top lane. 1-3-1 can be established by FPX.
Yeah, but it's now clear that Fado is on the back foot against White Cat. It still is winnable for both sides. That's one thing I'm sure, right? OMG did a bit of a blunder on the mid lane, but that's okay, right? They still are winning on the side lane. Inyan is still 3-0-0, still very much ahead of the Nautilus. And if you look at the items of Nautilus, this is going to eventually fall off, right? Luden's Echo, Horizon Focus, not really the best team fighting option out there as a Nautilus. Yeah, it can present some burst, but after that burst, there's really nothing.
Ooh, Inyan.
He's dead.
Eyeing on Fado. He should be dead. Here's Entrance. It's available. He gets that double knockup. Make it a single one, but Wycat has to flash away. Inyan also gonna take a lot of damage just with a single strike there by Fado. Now top lane gonna be threatened here by FPX. Calling also gonna be used for the disengage just to zone them out.
Yeah, thought for a second that he's a gunner, but lo and behold, there is that hero's entrance that can easily support a Fiora.
Oh! Almost.
He misses.
Oh.
Almost. It's a close one. And you know what? Had they connected that hook, I feel that FPX would be in a worse position in that trade, right? Like, I don't think engaging near the tower is a good idea. There is a pause, that's for sure. Because Ian's not... Oh? No, he's waiting for the scuttle.
Okay, we're just waiting for the scuttle. Finds Fado instead, but might actually be in trouble. Megan for the bomb gonna be missing out on Fado. That OMG, that was that was weird coming in from Inyan.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that that's going to be a pause because that's what happens normally if there will be a pause that will be called, right? Champions stop moving and all that, but Fado still very much healthy. Okay, and still,
wow,
yeah, it's still.
I'm always happy whenever I see a lot of stacks for the Senna. As a just as a Senna,
yeah,
I just love
of course, like. The dream for the Senna is to reach 70 soul stacks. That's often, you know, the benchmark to say that, hey, I think I'm ready to farm. Because oftentimes, you know, the fasting Senna, I have had talks with some coaches, and I don't know if you'll agree with me on this, that, you know, Senna tends to give out the resources in the first few minutes for the obvious reasons, because you want to scale up your souls.
Okay.
But come at 70 souls mark, then you are okay in farming some of those minions.
As long as you do get a couple of, I don't know, upgrades already from your stacks, then it should be fine. Especially if you're lacking a bit of damage, additional economy would help at very least, and it's gonna be helping out for FPX so far, given that A13 is so far not being threatened at all. Has the Edge of Night as well to work around with a spell shield. But OMG, they want a body slam into the cask. Isolation play onto Chow, but still able to stasis away. Now they have the Dawning Shadow to work around with. Good use of the Shield of Duran as well. Nice backline access off Sky too. But now Megan for the one actually going to be zoning them away. Here once back. White Cat with a good flank. A13 gets blown up. And now this is the angle of OMG. Shock Blast not hurting so much. It does, but not enough to zone them away. Now here comes Fado looking for the kill. Flashing in as well. Can actually get the post kill onto the Lucian. Now White Cat's gonna be in trouble. 15 as well, but look at the backside. Indian 1v1 against Sky might actually be in trouble. One more artifact should do the trick. And FPX find their way back into this game.
He was hiding inside the bush. How was he able to see him? Ignite, maybe? Yeah, one way or another, he was still spotted even though he was inside the bush, right? And then that kind of put me off guard. But that's a huge win overall to the side of FPX. It started with a very good last embrace fadeaway kill coming from A13. Yeah, that was a good engage, but because of the stasis being available for Zhao, he was able to buy a lot of time for FPX to still be able to land their counter punch. And Monster was almost dead here. Look at the last embrace, connecting, sniping midway. SkyFL though was able to at least help out A13 in the process. However, White Cat still was able to get the kill. Now here comes the interesting part, right? Fado getting his hands against SMK. This is like a horror movie that we often see, right? Like, you don't want to be in this position whatsoever, right? Also 15.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at this play once again, because this is really what really surprised me, right? Inyan is inside the bush.
How?
Like, huh? Wait, look at the items of... We have to look into the items of Jace as to how it happened, because he was definitely inside the bush. There was no way for him to be able to use his... And it was not the S1 that killed the Kazakhs. It was the auto attack. So one way or another, there was a way for him to at least be able to still see the Kazakhs.
Is it because like he was in combat recently with the champion?
No, definitely not.
It shouldn't be it, right? The Kazakhs should have been able to at least hide for a short amount of time. Look at the items.
Yeah.
Nobody
unless
see
there's
him,
like
actually.
an ignite. Yeah, unless there's an ignite that is popping on top of his head, then yeah, there definitely is going to be a vision secured.
Oh.
But I don't think there was an ignite whatsoever.
KF16 taking a bit of damage here. Mega Inferno Bomb for zone as well. Dawning Shadow gonna be a little bit late. Sacrificial Nautilus at the very least. But that should provide just one kill for OMG. Bottom side. Is a push initiated by Fado? Oh! Ouch! That
Fado.
hurts.
Fado. Oh no. Oh!
Can I get
13 HP.
no? One more? Chow, can you
Chow.
actually do it? One more auto attack. It should help you out your teammate. Or else the whole intention is over. Gonna be neglected. Now, OMG looks to fight back. That is a big damage that can actually turn around a lot of distance for FPX to go back. Indian gonna be popping off, flash in as well, but they are gonna be trying to turn onto him.
He still
He's
has
gonna be
GA.
15, gonna be following up as well. SMK with a flash. And OMG wants to punish them completely. Calling gonna be used on fire. Can they actually get the 1v1? But might actually need to respect
so
one
tanky.
more auto attack
What?
should do the trick. Wow.
No
okay,
way.
Outbreaker is working here. Curse of the Black Mist just to zone them out. Can they actually
He's the
hide
last
onto the
tower.
tower? White Cat gonna be initiating onto A13. One more auto attack should do the trick. One more engage. But now,
What?
Fado getting the kill? What is happening right now, Monster? Okay, you should get it. You should get it. OMG now finally gets a shutdown, but here comes QF16 back from the grave, gets the kill as well. FPX still alive.
Fado, MVP plays all across the board. Like, what happened there was Fado was 1 HP all throughout that fight. And we look at the replay, yeah. At the end of it all, I think that the tower got destroyed. Or maybe not, like 13 HP was still remaining. And this was the chase by OMG. And they had all the reasons to chase, right? They have the Kazakhs. Resets will always be there. Inyan still has access to the Guardian Angel. So he's so safe. This is a 5-man squad chasing the members of FPX. But you look at this 1v1 by Fado and SMK. Fado, even though he was exhausted, it did not really falter him, or it did not scare him one bit. Was still surviving. A13 waiting in the bush to save his Baron laner. And again, man oh man, Fado is a crazy man. Like, you look at this play and you have to think, how is this guy doing this? He's just so good.
Yeah, bought so much time for QF16 also to follow up. So at the end, they were able to pick up a couple of kills, deny OMG from potentially getting the Baron as well. And now we're seeing Elder Drake being initiated by OMG.
Elder Dragon wins games. We all know this. This could still turn into the favor of OMG. However, on the top side, Fado is already split pushing.
White Cat as well going out to the backside as now Chow gonna be initiating for the team. A13 took a lot of damage with Slash, gonna be doing a lot of work. Stasis here for the Jace. Can White Cat still get the kill? He does. Elder Dragon gonna be picked up by OMG, but what can FPX do? Again, Fado just split pushing. They have to cancel the recalls. Chow is gonna be doing it. White Cat trying to save. Can he do it? No! It's gonna be FPX with a base race, and they'll get the 2-0 sweep.
Fado does it all, wins the most improbable fight to win, gets the split push, gets the game-ending push in the end. Man oh man, FPX, guns blazing, game number 2 takes the 2-0.
Man, this guy just shined.
Yeah.
At the best possible moment. The delay on the bottom lane. That fascinating moves and the top lane split push into the base race. I can't help but appreciate this guy. Fado is... Well, Fado just White Cat there.
Yeah, and also add to the fact that that's our key matchup of the series, right? We said that we have to closely monitor the status of the 1v1 that will happen between Fado and White Cat, because again, OMG revolves their game plan around White Cat. But Fado in this game number 2 just has proven that even though he was on the back foot, he could still make plays. And a lot of those plays I did not know was possible. Okay, well, it started with the chase that happened in where I thought that SMK or SMK already had enough damage to kill the Fiora. The Fiora was able to launch in, able to get regen back because of the Vital being procced, and at the end of it all was still able to make some plays to wait for QF16 to get back on track. So
that is just so good.
Yeah. It is indeed a
man.
very good match.
20 minutes and 48 seconds. 2.5 minutes longer than game number 1. But what a really good way to end it for FPX. Fado popping off twice in a row, twice in a single game despite being down in the early game against Whitecat. I mean, Whitecat was completely controlling the lane a while ago, and then Fado just had a really good run in the mid lane fight, had a really good escape as well, buying enough time, fully utilizing as well the hull breaker that allowed them to have the defenses to sustain the damage from SMK, and then the top lane push while OMG was trying to take the Elder Dragon was genius, because OMG got the Elder Dragon. It should have been their win. The rest of FPX tried to stop them as well, and it's just full coordination of FPX.
I think the biggest question I have for OMG was, where was Whitecat in the entire duration of that split push, right? It should have been a 4v4 or not a 4v5, right? I understand that your goal is to get and secure the Elder Dragon, but at that point, Indian was so ahead, and it was only against QF16's Nautilus. So if we are going to look back into that play alone, I would ask OMG, what was Whitecat doing in all that split push that was happening? Was it already a point in where the Fiora can easily dismantle the Riven? Of course, you know, come late game, Fiora would win against the Riven, but still, if you are a smart Riven player, all you have to really do is to make sure that the minions won't reach the towers. And there you go. You know, the question will be answered as soon as I review the VODs. But for now, let FPX enjoy the win.
Yeah, they did. And actually Whitecat was actually engaging onto Sky in that last fight.
Right,
it was weird. Almost got the kill as well, but after that is the shining moment of Fado. So I don't know what was the call there of OMG and why Fado was left alone at the top side, but FPX, it's just a magnificent growth that we have seen for this team, and we were concerned about their aggressive playstyle prior to the series because most of the time they do get punished, but this time around they were so clean and so decisive as well, taking all the dragons in this game as well to maximize their survivability and scaling as well. And OMG, they find themselves just really down after these two games. I mean, it's not also the best position they have right now. Red side, they absolutely have no wins, only 2 games. Now the score is 1 to 10 games.
1 out of 10 games, exactly. If you are OMG, you have to revisit your game plan, right? The next time that you win a 1v1, do you still prioritize red side? Because to me, it is still better for them to be on the blue side. Numbers do not lie, ladies and gents. Now, we are going to, of course, give the MVP to the man who ended it all and was also responsible in the most remarkable play I've ever seen in a Fiora in a long while. Fado, ladies and gentlemen, the Baron laner for FPX, very deserving of the MVP.
Oh, it was so good in that game. I had chills a little bit when he was just performing so well in one of the fights as well, and in that top side push. And there's nothing that the OMG can actually do at that point. What Whitecat tried to recall back into the base, but at that point, it's already too late. Everything was done. Fado already had the game in his hands, and it landed them their victory.
We are going to witness another series, Giyang, and then as much as we want one more game between FPX and OMG, it just ended up a clean 2-0 in favor of FPX. But up next, we have an APAC versus China special once again. It will be between Invade Esports and one of the strongest teams in the Chinese region in WBG.
Let's see if Invade Esports can go up against Weibo Gaming. We'll be back after a short break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. all matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a B.
拿下下一个第一。
Ready to go wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let's go wild.
机器上的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Welcome back to the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 season number 1, and now we are down to our last series of tonight. We have Weibo Gaming going up against Invade Esports, another match of an APAC team versus a Chinese team.
I believe. Where are my believers? Because this is going to be another APAC team that will be put to test by a Chinese powerhouse. And if anything, you know, the amount of time that they were able to practice, they were able to, you know, get some preparation done heading into this matchup should at least help Invade Esports. But we'll see what is going to happen here, Giyang. Let's look into the lineup of WBG. My favorite DR laner, Chi, is also the #1 Dragon laner of Week 5 lineup, right? So if you haven't seen the poster, Chi is basically at the forefront of the Dragon laners, as he should be, because he's so good.
So good, so deadly as well. Even in the laning phase, he basically traumatized Spark during their match against Woohoo Gaming. That caused Woohoo Gaming to send their support into the Dragon lane just to help him out. That is how impactful he is. And the rest of the team as well is so far having a really good performance over the course of this tournament. I mean, sitting at 5th place, 6-2 on the scoreboard compared to Invade Esports right now, which has 1-3 in their scoreline. But they are sitting at the 4th spot in the APAC conference. So they're just looking to maybe have a better scoreline, as in today's schedule, it is going to be very difficult. Again, Weibo Gaming has been really just been on point in all of their games, winning mostly, and having a 4-game win streak even against Nova Esports, Rare Atom, Woohoo Gaming, and Thundertalk.
Now let's talk about Invade real quick here, Giyang, because we are looking at the lineup, and of course we want to send our congratulations to Raven as a Singaporean bronze medalist in the recently concluded SEA Games. But there's also one more change that I want to highlight. Cat Type will be the one playing in the Baron lane, which is surprising because Asriel was their original Baron laner and is now going to the bench. There is also another player that they listed as their solo player, which is Papa Roach, but it is Cat Type time now. We look into the stats here. Invade leaving so much to be desired. Almost all stats is favoring WBG.
More room for growth here for Invade Esports in general. They weren't really having the best of time yet in their games, sitting at 1-3, and I think one of the chances they can actually take in this game is maybe just channel their energy that they had against their only win, which is Team Flash. They landed a really good reverse sweep on them. Sometimes they come off as passive, sometimes they come off as aggressive. It can be good or bad for them because sometimes they have a tendency to get baited out, similar to their game against Trace Esports in game number 2. So given the long time that they have managed to go back into the drawing board, maybe they can finally have a better plan in mind and also have a better discipline in terms of executing their intended lineup against a really strong team such as Weibo Gaming.
Indeed. Again, the Weibo Gaming is one of our Chinese powerhouse here, Giyang, and we are going to straight to China for the introduction.
Yeah, Peggy. Alora.
今天的最后一场比赛将由微博对阵曼谷 INV。在这个赛季以来，微博的战绩傲人，用心打好每一场比赛是他们坚持不变的信念。而 INV 目前为止只赢下1场，今天他们又会带来怎样的表现？让我们到比赛中一探究竟。接下来，让我们欢迎微博 Gaming 以及 Bangkok INV Esports。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. I'm Alora. The last match of the day will be WBG versus INV. WBG has a good record so far this season because of their unchanging belief to play our game well. And INV has only won once so far. So what surprises will be brought by today's match? Let's find out in the game. And now it's time to welcome Weibo Gaming and Bangkok INV Esports.
We are not in good shape in the first few games, but we will lose again today. Are you ready?
What did he say?
Ooh, we won't lose today.
Okay.
Go.
Alright, that's good. Good pep talk.
I like, okay. Go. Let's fight.
And there you go. One of the players that hasn't been able to show himself here in this. I think Ziha was able to play, right? Like just a couple of games. It's almost always Zika manning the Baron lane. For Invid though, this is the original roster. We are looking at their roster and cat type is nowhere to be found because now we have a new player. Invade has just registered cat type, I believe, as well as Pepperoach, but I don't think Pepperoach will be able to play at least in the next few matches that they will have. So they have to field in cat type.
Let's see if it is going to be a good change here on the side of Invade Esports because, well, Weibo Gaming is just so good in this game right now, sitting at a massive win streak in general, having a really good momentum all throughout the tournament. And just looking to continue their win streak.
And I think one of the main reasons why I think Weibo Gaming is enjoying as much success as they are enjoying right now is because of their support player, Wake Up. It's not just Chi that I think people or teams have to be wary of, right? They also have to look at his support partner in Wake Up, and we have to remember there was one game where Wake Up was able to outperform Yami from Nova Esports, and to me that's a big revelation as to what this team is all about. Weibo Gaming will play around their bot lane. We'll make sure that they can translate those advantages into successful wins.
And every single member here on the side of Weibo Gaming is just having the best of time as well, able to participate or perform at their peak condition. Sika, we have Fan, Fei, Chi, always having the best follow-ups to whatever Wake Up initiates for the team. And his Nautilus performance has been on point as well. It landed the MVP during their match against Nova Esports as well in game number 3. And it is going to be the path again here. But, well, we are going to be having our fight for side before that. And we also have our head-to-head matchup in which Raven, our bronze medalist from Singapore in the 32nd SEA Games, will be facing off against Chi, a deadly dragon laner here of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, for sure. Like, to me, he really has separated himself as the best dragon laner in my eyes, at least in the first 5 weeks of the tournament. Because you look at Chi, he's all smiles, yeah, but inside the game, he's going to be that big monster that you have to deal with. Especially his Varus, right? When Varus was not the quote-unquote flavor of the month, his Varus play was already an eye-opener. And yeah, it's not just his Varus that is so scary. His Zoe as well. So almost all those skill shots would hit the primary targets. And not just that, right? His positioning is also immaculate. The 1v1 will also feature both players. And rightfully so, because this is basically the marksman week. All marksmen available. And so it is best that we are gifted this 1v1 matchup between the dragon laners. A Draven versus Draven, because why not?
Why not? First, I believe this is going to be the first Draven we are going to be seeing as of the moment, or second. I'm not so sure, but yeah, this is second. But first Draven versus Draven matchup. This is going to be very exciting. It's so hard to fully utilize getting your adoration stats or getting the kill, but whoever actually wins the first skill is definitely going to have a landslide victory in this week just because of that cash in.
Adoration stacks. And also, it's not just that, right? Draven is known to be the best level 1 dragon laner out there. Pretty sure that remains true to this day because of the spinning axe additional damage And so it will be interesting as to if they will go aggressive and will not mind the minions, because that's what you can do as a Draven player, right? You can ignore the minions, go for favorable trades right on the get-go. However, this matchup is a Draven versus Draven, so that quote-unquote advantage that you can get with that level 1 spinning axis, it's not going to be present. Let's play some game here. Who do you think would win this 1v1? Do you have Chi or Raven?
I'm going for Chi, honestly. He's just... well, even anyone, I think, would really just love Chi's aggressive performance.
I'm with Chi during the 5v5s, but I'm all for Raven here.
Ooh,
I tell you right now. Yeah, Raven would surprise you. Ignite and barrier for Raven. Ignite and exhaust. Sorry, exhaust and barrier for Chi. Lethal tempo to the Kraken Slayer of Raven. So that to me is already an advantage for Raven. I'm liking Kraken Slayer more than Lethal tempo.
So far though, Chi has been landing the shots onto him, so he has to really time himself better in this laning phase at the very least. Does have the summoner spells and also the Kraken Slayer buff to try and enable the short-term trades against Chi. Barrier gonna be used. Raven does have the ignite.
Oh, I'm all for Raven. Raven, do not lose this 1v1. You were the chosen one.
Oh, okay, one more. Oh, it's gonna be Chi that actually gets the 1 versus 1 win. Unfortunate. Already popped in the barrier, but still.
Yeah. And I think that's it, right? If you are Chi, all you have to do is to just back away, spend those gold, and have that level 1, have that 1 item advantage real quick. Do you go for Bloodthirster? Do you go... You know what? I think that at this point, if you are so far ahead, and I know that, you know, Chi went for the BF sword start here, but if you actually go for armor penetration or the lethality items, you go for the Duskblade or Yomus, there is a potential that you could out damage your opponent just because of the immediate burst available to you.
No boots picked up by both players just yet. So in terms of mobility, you have to really rely on their S2 as of the moment. In terms of damage, every spinning axe was definitely gonna be leaving a dent here onto Raven. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's because of the BF sword advantage, right? Like right now, Raven is definitely on the back foot. Level advantage for Chi, and this is over.
Oh, one more barrier. Oh, Chi just makes it look so easy. Raven did a really good job at the very least in the laning phase, but the damage really is just so much coming in from Chi. He is just so aggressive.
And no smiles at all coming from Chi. Right? Like Chi is one of the most bubbly personalities that we have in China right now. In WBG is so likable just because of this person. But all business in that 1v1. He wanted to prove that Raven is not within his caliber. But look at the bootcamp of Invade Esports. Again, as we said, they are often regarded as the underdogs. And there's also a 1v1 ongoing. If you look at the screen, like at the bottom part, I think that's Rich trying to play with someone. 1v1 could be a, could be a good warm-up as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's Invade Esports. I just want them to win. My heart always wants APAC teams to win, especially Invade Esports, just because many were saying that Invade Esports is not going to perform well in this tournament. And during their first game, they were able to get a win against Team Flash, but afterwards, all losses was 0-2 losses.
They're trying to pick up the slack. They're trying to redeem themselves after a long time not playing. As of the moment, this will be their opportunity to do so against Weibo Gaming. It is going to be a huge, tall mountain to climb. But if Invade Esports even wins one game, that should be a really good position for them already. Again, Weibo Gaming is sitting at the very top of the standings right now. Kind of the high tier teams here in the CN Confidence. And And it is because of their execution. Really good creativity as well with their drafts, and always made sure by the players to make most out of the composition that they get. And she as well has been performing at this peak condition. All business, even in the fight for side, going for what's working. And also being on blue side means they are going for what is working for them. 8 out of 9 games Weibo Gaming has won. And on the red side, Invade Esports has only won 1 on 6 games.
Very hard to project as to what Invade Esports has prepared for WBG, because 2 weeks is very much, it is a pretty long time, right? Like, there will definitely be something. The fact that they are so confident to bring out a new Baron laner means that they have figured something out during their practice sessions. And also, just talking about Raven, there could be what we call the battle buff, right? Like, yeah, Raven could find some new, how should I call this? New instilled confidence in him to be able to perform well against the opposition. We look at the draft here. WBG has banned away the Shen, the Senna, and even the Akali. But there still is the Gragas as an option for WBG's Wake Up. We all know that Wake Up is a hell of a good support player. They're going for the Nautilus instead of going for the Gragas, which is okay.
Yeah, especially for Wake Up. MVP performance with the Nautilus against Nova Esports in their game number 3 should provide them a lot more assurance in their aggressive playstyle, possibly to help out Sika as well in the Baron lane. She most probably is going to be picking up the Varus if ever Invade Esports doesn't steal it out. They do have the Gragas to work around. Again, the disengage tool with this champion is really good. Invade Esports should take away the Varus as well. Maybe. Yeah, good sign.
It's always going to be prioritized now, huh? We have seen the Zoe being the priority picks. We have seen, Jace being put in the Dragon lane, but I firmly believe that, this Varus pickup in the Dragon lane is a good change to what we have seen so far in this tournament, because one, the Varus also gives you a very good crowd control. And it's also a denial because you take it away from Chi, which is already a win by itself.
Now, Chi is going to be picking up the Ziggs. Megan from looks like Weibo Gaming wants to think about it for the meantime. They do have secured the Fiora, which is a really good Baron laner or Baron lane champion for Sika. Zoe equally as deadly here for Chi. And he had some solo kills in the Dragon lane with this very champion as well. So, despite Raven having the Varus, he still has to play it out safe.
Immediately you pick up the Riven as an answer to the Fiora. I think is that WBG goes for the Baron lane Fiora. But if you are Invade Esports, you're okay with this lineup actually, because one way to at least try to control the Zoe is by having that long range poke as well. Believe it or not, one piercing arrow coming through the Varus could also mean available to the Zoe. The damage that is available to the Varus against the squishiness of a Zoe is the reason why this is often gets picked as a counter pick, at least in recent times. And we also have to note that on patch 4.1b, the Zoe got some nerfs as well here and there.
A minor, well, it is supposedly a major nerf since both the Paddle Stars and the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles damage has been reduced, but we still have seen some players pop off with the same champion as if it hasn't been nerfed. So Invade Esports backing on the damage should be a good sign. Wow, a Yone pick here.
Yone. I think it's the first time I've seen a Yone being let through today, and now this is good, definitely good for the side of Invade, because now you have an easier access to get into the back line, and so Corki and Zoe won't be feeling too safe. Now WBG is flexing the Fiora into the jungle and would most likely put the Renekton in the Baron lane, which is okay. Now if you're Invade, you answer all the extra shenanigans, all the extra aggression by going for the super standard pickup in the Garen. overall, I look at the lineup of Invade and I dare say, winnable.
I'm loving this. This shows really good preparation here for Invade Esports. They have proper frontline, have really good backline access, they have relatively good scaling. Even laning phase, they have a standing chance against Weibo Gaming. What they really need to do right now is just fully utilize it, channel the power that they had against Team Flash during their match, and put it against Weibo Gaming. Garen gonna be picked up here for Cat Type in the Baron lane, so the Riven is gonna go towards BluffX and mid. Let's see if this can stand a chance in the laning phase against Faye with a Corki. Can be difficult at times, but with the mobility of the Riven, maybe that can be a kill pressure here from Invade Esports.
Yeah, for sure. Like, all-in potential coming from Riven. It's always going to be a good resource to bank on, especially in winning the early game. Come late game, Riven is also a very good scaling champion, so it all comes down to execution. But again, I have said this from the beginning of the series, the amount of preparation that was allowed to Invade Esports, it all comes down to this, right? 2 weeks of preparation to go against the powerhouse of China in WBG. Would they be able to challenge one of the top teams from China, or would they follow the same thing that happened to NAOS, in where they just got easily outclassed by KBG?
Hopefully it's not gonna be an outclass that's gonna happen here for Invade Esports. They have a lot of preparation, a lot of time to prepare for this particular game. Fan having the Fiora in the jungle should provide them a lot of backline access later on. Some sustain as well if ever he does proc out that grand challenge. And with the Garen in the top lane, that should be good here for Invade Esports, right? Because you can shut down the usual aggressive playstyle with the Renekton, with Rich on the Gragas as well. All those engages by Wake Up intended for the Baron lane is going to be completely negated, and our supports might actually just look for opportunities elsewhere.
Yep, but engages from Wake Up is also and always going to be very scary.
Damage coming through. BluffX taking a lot actually. Forced to, well, get a Hunt Fruit, but Ignite actually negated some of the healing. So, small win by Weibo Gaming.
Actually, massive win, because you look at the health bars and both members of Invade is less than half health. Meanwhile, Faye, very much healthy.
Forced to flash away as well. They are going to be happy with that. Wake Up.
Yep.
A little bit of extended there.
Good punish coming from Invade, but...
Oh, the timing is so good. Rich can actually stay alive. Healing allowed him to do so. Now Wake Up is going to be in trouble, and Invade Esports gets first blood.
He leveled up just in time for Aftershock as well. Everything that could go right went right.
Went this way.
Exactly. And now Invade Esports. Oh my god. Cut Tap has to be careful. They're already winning mid lane. Okay, good. Alright. He was able to flash away and no kills to be had for WBG. Now Invade, again, off of a good start. We look at the replay once again. They tried to engage against Rich. And Rich just leveled up just in time. Was able to get some healing as well with his passive. And there you go. Aftershock. The flash in wasn't enough. Wake Up was the recipient of the punishment coming from Invade.
And now even top lane is going great here for Invade Esports. Fan is going to be here. Not much to be threatened on Invade Esports. Sika has to play it out safe. Wake Up does have the potential of landing those dredge lines, but against the Garen, against the Gragas, I don't think it's a good idea.
Indeed. Both very beefy champions, right? And also at level 5, Cat type could turn things around immediately. Rich, they want to fast push this wave, okay, for that cheater recall and to also deliver some minions to the tower, negating some or preventing some XP and gold to the Renekton. At WBG, we have seen this before, right? We have seen WBG on the back foot many times, but it's not really going to slow them down, especially with the way their team fighting is right now. Like, their team fighting is just so clean, crisp. And all those pokes would most likely land onto the primary targets. That's their game plan.
It's up to INV Esports not make any mistakes in this game, not allow Weibo Gaming to turn the tides around, especially that they are now having the control into the game. That's going to be the catch play. Isolate. Oh no, that is really bad. Now Rich has to fall back. No punish from Weibo Gaming, but that is a missed opportunity. Now top side. Oh, okay. Still going to be dealing a lot of damage. Dominus going to be used. Cat type will be falling back for the meantime.
I like this from Cat type, not being scared whatsoever of the all-in coming from the Renekton Sika. Of course, as the game goes on, would have better access or would have better items and could threaten that solo kill against the Garen. But that, again, that play coming from Rich.
Oh, into the follow-up. Wow, they do get a kill into Faye. An immediate follow-up as well by the rest of the members of INV Esports.
Yeah, Invid is doing good, huh? Right? Like this is starting to be exciting here, Gion, because Invid is just so ready now with 2 kills. And also, more importantly, they did not really invest too much in that particular exchange, right? That's the Fate Seal. By the way, BluffX, again, without the use of Flash, was able to close down the distance and was able to crowd control the Corki into death. So that's one of the things that you could always do as a Riven. Combine your skills as a threat to squishy members because of just the immediate gap close potential of all your skills.
So we are just going to be looking at INV Esports, Baron Laner, and Dragon Laner, right? They have to, well, be safe, not make any mistakes, not allow Weibo Gaming to get an angle onto them. Dragon? Oh, okay. Rich gonna have a really good access into the back line. Shade of Corruption not gonna be connecting onto anyone, but they should get to get onto the Nautilus. They do, and now a 1-for-1 exchange trade here. But still, Dragon gonna be falling towards INV Esports. That should be a win. Oh, the damage coming through from Raven.
Yeah,
it's really high.
Exactly, and this is why you would be content in playing the Varus against the Zoe. Just the amount of damage that you can dish out with arrows, especially with stacks to help him out. Although WBG was able to secure the Rift Herald, which in turn they turned into a first tower topside. That's their win condition, right? They want the Renekton to be so ahead. Rich, by the way, survived with 1 HP, was still able to cast the explosive cask, which was the biggest difference maker there, right? And although there was a very good attempt coming from Chi, the damage wasn't there yet for her. And so INV Esports was able to not just get a kill, but also get a dragon as well.
And, well, if you're INV Esports, you are going to be looking to scale into this game to kind of answer the scaling lineup here of Weibo Gaming. And that is a good start.
Yep.
Infernal Dragon.
Wait, are you seeing this? Oh, are you seeing the AP Varus strategy, Trinity Force into the Rift Maker? This is so expensive though. This is not, you know, the ordinary poke type Varus. And we've seen this during SEA Games. It was one of the reasons why the Demon Kite, or as we called him, Dahao, was so effective on this champion because of the amount of damage that he can dish out using the auto attacks.
And let's see if INV Esports can actually pop this off. Raven is going to be dealing a lot of damage towards the front lines of Weibo Gaming. Got hit by the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but nothing to be afraid of.
No.
As of the meantime, Cat type though, completely zoned away. Dominus for this Renekton is just so strong.
Yeah, but if you're the Garen, all you have to really do is to focus down the minions. That's it. There's a kill. Possible.
Can be. Rich is here. He can body slam on no vision. I think on at least trying to assess or guess where he is going to be going. No kill.
Okay, Raven has to be careful. There's a ward that could possibly spot him.
Oh no, Raven is going to be in trouble. Tries to survive. Body slam here by Rich. Saves the day. Here comes BluffX as well onto the backside. Stasis used by the Gragas to try and do some stalling here. But no kills picked up by either team. They will be shaking hands for now.
I felt that I jinxed Raven at that point, right? Like, he has to be careful, and just when I said that he has to be careful, immediately he got caught out of position by WBG. And if you're a Varus that is sporting this particular build, you cannot do much impact similar to, you know, the poke Varus, because if you're a poke Varus, even if you're so low in health, you can still dish out damage using the piercing arrows. But on this or using this type of Varus, or the on-head Varus, you have to be healthy. You have to be able to land your auto attacks, which means that Raven has to do better. That's it.
You have to get 3 stacks of first before you actually cast a skill, so it's going to be really tricky here, especially that Weibo Gaming does not hesitate going in, and they have a lot of interrupting spells as well to counter this this virus of Raven, and we saw them engaging a while ago, almost taking Raven down, so maybe a Boots would suffice, maybe an enchantment as well with the stasis can do good here for him.
Yeah, but this is why I don't think this is the best build for the Varuses. Yeah, it's a good variation, but it's so expensive. We all know that Trinity Force is one of the more expensive item in the game. And if you are to ask me, the main reason why the armor penetration Varus is so effective is because with just one item, you can already feel the damage. Not like this one, though. It's better late game though, that's for sure.
Speaking of damage, Rich taking a bit there. Oh, Cat type is going to be the one to tank some of the damage cast. Not going to be used that much effectively, but able to isolate some, and they would get the kill on now. Though the backline has been breached, has a lot of damage. Basica is dealing onto them, and that leaves only Bluffix alive. Oh no.
This is a team fighting that we are so accustomed in seeing. Whenever WBG plays, they will execute team fights to perfection, and now WBG was able to get multiple objectives to their name. They were able to get another Rift Herald, they were able to get mid lane tower, and on top of that, they are in prime position to get another dragon. We look at that team fight, and it all started with Wake Up getting his hands to Cat type, and if you are CK, you're just waiting for the perfect moment to slice and dice through. Once the Rift Herald goes down, and once the Dredge Line depth charge comes in, comes the go signal for the side of WBG.
Now INV Esports trying to go for round 2. Oh, that damage from the Battle Star is just irritating. And Weibo Gaming got 2 objectives on there as well. RH and even the Dragon. Fan gonna get his recall cancelled, but I think Cat type is gonna regret that, because now Cat's gonna be used reposted away, and Fan just punishing everything that INV Esports does onto him.
I hate to single out one player, but Rich has to really improve his explosive cast usage, right? Because you could see that in the prior team fight, his explosive cast leaves so much to be desired. In this pickup here in the bot lane, it was even used as a repost activator. So if you are Invade, I think it's time for them to get a priority onto something else like in Nautilus, because Nautilus is definitely a lot easier to handle, or a lot easier to use.
Yeah, Rich has to step up, or else INV Esports is going to be in trouble. Right now, they are in trouble. 3,000 gold lead now picked up by Weibo Gaming, and a couple of objectives as well. Now they're setting tempo into the game, able to secure all the outer turrets while maintaining all their outer turrets as well. So INV Esports, if through the Garen, maybe they can have their hands onto that bot lane tier 1. But look at the response of Weibo Gaming, immediately swinging by bot lane just to prevent INV Esports from getting anything.
Yep. We are also talking about some. Okay. I will be focusing down on the Varus, because I think this is the first time that we are going to see this build in WRLA. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ian. There's a lot of games that you have casted together with Cheatham, but Chinese Varuses, they're not really a fan of this. Oh, engage by Rich.
Okay. This is the first time as well here.
Okay,
a definite first.
And I've seen a lot of spectators from the SEA Games in where they're saying they cannot wait for this build to pop off in WRLA, and I was saying it's too expensive.
Yeah, it is. Not the best damage so far, but let's see if Raven can actually proc those stacks, and able to do so. Wake Up still survives. INV Esports lose their chance.
WBG again is in prime position to take almost everything in the map right now. They own all sides. They were able to take down the towers, top, mid, and bottom. Even Faye is feeling confident now in facing against Merly. Usually, you would feel fearful against the Yone, but not this time for WBG.
Merly gonna get initiated, take a lot of damage. Cat type trying to tank for the team, but unable to do so. Fan flashing in, gets the chain of corruption into his face, but not a lot of pressure here for Weibo Gaming. The cat's gonna be used, but Raven might actually be in trouble, able to at least get back. But Weibo Gaming still full control of this game.
And on the top side, you see a dominous Sika. No one can handle this Renekton. It has come to a point in where, you know, the lane bully Renekton is fully online, even with 2 items. This is why you love the Renektons, because with just 2 items, if you are ahead, you are definitely ahead. Right? It's also so easy to execute, right? You basically prep up your rage, you lock down one person using the empowered ruthless predator, and that's what basically you need, right? Also has access to a good disengage with Slice and Dice, right? Now, if you're Invade, what do? On all fronts, you are being manhandled by WBG, trying to think of a way in order for them to win. Well, one thing is that if they scale well, if they are able to prolong the game, the virus goes online, all the scaling champions that they have in the game goes online, then yeah, possibly with the Elder Dragon also being contested, it is possible for Invade to still win this. But if you are WBG, how do you make sure that that won't happen? You basically threaten the Baron and you plant division around the objective. And that should be easy picking, because once Wake Up gets his hands onto one person from Invade, it doesn't matter if it's rich, it doesn't matter if it's cat type, the amount of damage available to WBG right now is just too superior.
Gold injection towards Weibo Gaming is starting to pop up as well, 5,000, and gold funneling towards Fan as well. With all the kills that he has picked up over the course of this game, it's just so good right now for Weibo Gaming. And now they can easily set up anywhere in the map. Everyone is now collected, everyone is grouped up on both teams. But Invade Esports, they might actually be in trouble. Beijing Sika has a good angle here for a flank. But she just eyeing on those sleepy trouble bubbles. If one connects, that is going to be a go time here for Weibo Gaming.
And with the package available, oftentimes you've seen package used as an objective securing tool, right? And similar to this, right? The amount of threat that package was able to inflict upon Invade, but they're going for an engage.
A little bit questionable. I don't know why are they going to be doing this, but let's see if they can actually do some work. Double stasis here by Weibo Gaming. Wake Up is taking a bit of damage there, but here comes Fan with the penetration, with the damage, proccing all the members here of Invade Esports. Here come the rest of the team as well, able to just punish the whole intention here of Invade Esports. Only BluffX remains alive, but what can you do?
Yeah, level 13 cheat. There you go. The final hit, Paddle Star connects onto one, and WBG will most likely try to end this. They're trying to protect the cannon minion as good as possible. Will they be able to protect it against the Golden Nexus? Okay, no more minions. WBG, no more minions. What are you doing? They're still pushing through and can finish this. Okay. I'm hyping the last play as if it matters, but yeah, for sure.
Well, Weibo Gaming just playing things so cleanly right now. Anyway, Esports.
They had the upper hand, dude. Like, they had the upper hand.
They were like 3-0 a while ago, or 2-0.
Yeah, they were 3-0, I think, was the scoreline. And then what happened was there was a very big win on the Rift Herald fight, right? Sika was also dominating topside. You could see that the Karen was really struggling and keeping up, and all he can really do is to clear the minions. But this is where the stats of forward percentage comes into play, right? Because as a Baron laner, your goal is to be able to push the wave in your favor, right? Or onto the opponent's side, because that way you'll have easier access to the tower, to the jungle of your opponent, easier way to plant vision. And if we will ever see the forward percentage of Sika and cat type in this game, I really guarantee that it will be Sika getting the advantage.
Oh yeah. Even at the very end of that game, Cat-Type initiating going forward towards Weibo Gaming isn't really the best plan. Yeah, he just completely kited away. It even was a stepping tool for Weibo Gaming to penetrate him and going towards the back line. And that was already moments for disaster of Invade Esports.
There you go. Forward percentage, 46%. Tripling the forward percentage of Cat-Type. That just summarizes the experience of Cat-Type in this game. And that's not his fault entirely, right? The draft was for Cat-Type to absorb as much pressure as they can. He's the weak side of this whole thing. They wanted Raven to have earlier access to items. They are planning around the mid lane, bot lane, all that for nothing though. Because again, it's just so hard to solve. The team fighting of WBG is just so crisp. And that's always their win condition, right? Especially come, the early team fights that they are able to do to break open the game. That's where they're good at. That's where I love them at.
And also the AP virus isn't really working here for Invade Esports. It's just the high risk with minimal rewards after the one. More risk actually, because you have to proc a lot of auto attacks, 3 auto attacks just to use your ability, maximizing the damage, and compared to just always casting your piercing arrows, casting your third skill as well. I don't think it's a worthy trade having that AP damage instead. And maybe it is a learning lesson as well for Invade Esports. But for Fan, this is an incredible performance. 506 and also having a really high kill participation, also really good backline access all throughout the fight. This is his third MVP.
Expectation is that the Fiora would be your insurance and would pop up late, right? But here in this game, what late game? It's not going to happen, right? Just being able to prioritize the right targets and pop off the grand challenge as well was vital for Fan and company. WBG gets game 1.
And let's see if Weibo Gaming is going to be getting 2-0 or Invade Esports coming up at game number 2. And also if they are still going to be picking up the virus and not go with the AP build. Let's see. We are going to be going into a very short break. Let's see you for game number 2.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Welcome back to the series of Weibo Gaming up against Invade Esports. And after the incredible win by Weibo Gaming, they're posing for 2-0. Let's see if Invade Esports can resist.
I'm hoping. I'm definitely on the hope train. Because again, we are talking about our APAC brothers. And Invade Esports really is trying their best. Like, even our production team is currently having some giggles. But yeah, game number 1, it started so well for the side of Invade Esports, but all it took was one decisive team fight coming from Weibo Gaming, and they dismantled the chances of Invade Esports. I just hope that, come game number 2, if ever that, that the virus will be let through, that there will be a very good how should I call this? Recognition that the AP virus isn't really going to be as impactful as the Poke virus, just because of the one thing, right? The amount of damage that you have to be able to deal come early game and mid game is basically calculated by all Chinese teams out there, and there's a reason why the AP virus is not really is not really a fan favorite, or is not really a team favorite over in China. So
I mean, it can work if the enemy team has a lot of tanks that doesn't really have that much damage.
Exactly.
Then the second skill can proc a lot, reaching up to, I think, 80% max health is the plus. Of course, the damage reduction from the magic resistance, right, of the items of the tanks. But to have it against the high mobility composition that Weibo Gaming had, that can easily a lot of damage, is not really the best case for Invade Esports. As they go towards blue side, it should give them first pick priority. I wonder though if they are gonna be still trying to deny the virus from Chi, or will they try a different champion here?
Just ban the Gragas, or just ban the Aatrox and then go for Nautilus. Those are the plays. Yeah, there you go. You ban the Gragas, you open yourself up in a priority pick of Nautilus, because it should help Invade Esports here. I'm pretty sure that's what I think would be more beneficial to them, similar to how WBG went with their draft. You're seeing a lot of priorities on the Nautilus pick 1. Aatrox, for sure, 100%. You have to take it now, because if you don't take it, WBG will just be happy to take it away from you.
But is it a trap by Weibo Gaming? I recall a game they had against an Aatrox where they picked up the Nautilus as a jungler, an AP Nautilus, and then went for the burst composition to take him down.
It is indeed, a gamble to get Aatrox, but at his current state, it is one of those champions that can win you a game by himself. So I understand the rationale of going for Aatrox. Although, again, directly countered by the first pick by WBG. Now, what do you do if you're Invade Esports? You go for Galio for sure, right? Now, okay, so there is always going to be the threat of having that, what should we call this? Call it again, all-in funnel strategy, in where there will be a Shen. No, not the Shen, the Galio, the Yumi, to really augment this Aatrox. Will it happen though for Invade Esports? Have they practiced that particular composition? Because it does look like that they are just going to fight fire with fire and adding Fiora to the mix as well.
Alright, it is a good denial towards Fan as well, given his really good performance in game number 1. And let's see if Cat Type is going to be able to fill the role here in this early game for Invade Esports, because the Aatrox does take some time to scale up. Jay's going to be coming in from Bluffix. This is a good sign, at least for Invade Esports.
And all solo laners all across the board, which to me, okay, I hate to see this, but it is also potential Jace in the Dragon lane, just because that's how APAC does things, right? Especially KT Roll Survive, we have seen them flex the Jace onto the Dragon lane role. WBG immediately answers the Fiora with a Riven of their own. And yeah, are you willing to go for the 1v1 matchup Fiora into the Riven if you're Invid? Is this the time to do it, or will you hide the Fiora into the jungle role?
That is a good question here. But both mages for the Dragon lane will be banned away by Weibo Gaming. Zig's gonna be taken out. Karma as well might be denied here, and that leaves only the Lux to invade Esports, unless they would want to go into a Yuumi position for Raven and try to sustain the Aatrox.
I think that's the play, right? You go for your Yuumi Galio now. Yuumi Galio, Aatrox, and then have what, 3 damage threats as well. If you're WBG, are you equipped to answer the all-in potential of Invade or funnel all-in by Invade? Of course they are, because again, if there's one team that is so capable in doing that particular draft, it's WBG.
They have a lot of tools already. They have the depth charts, Chain of Corruption, the crowd controls from the Riven, and now even adding more with the Wukong. This is a lot of backline access that Weibo Gaming has that can penetrate through any defense that Invade Esports has.
Ooh. Is this it? Is it the time?
The Spartan?
Is it the time that we see the Pantheon? Nope. We go for the Galio. Okay, that's pretty much expected, because that's the last remaining support that does make sense. The side of Invade. Question is, do they go for Yuumi? Go for the Yuumi Galio
that is...
lane?
I want to see Yuumi, honestly. I want to see Yuumi. No, because I'd rather see a Yuumi rather than a Jace in the Dragon lane. The only person that we have seen really perform well with a Jace in the Dragon lane is Luna.
Yeah, and even then, it's not giving us confidence that that pick was really the reason why they won, right? And it's not going to be flexed to the Dragon lane because they opted to go for the Corki as their Dragon laner. So no surprising pick whatsoever to the side of Invade Esports, but sometimes you have to question the draft. Is it so greedy to the is it so greedy of Invade Esports to really invest so much on the damage, and they have neglected the utility aspect of things? Because if you look at WBG, they have a balanced composition, they have a good amount of damage, but at the same time they still have a Wukong, they still have a Nautilus to set things up for them. So we'll see.
This is a lot of backline access from Weibo Gaming, and well, let's see if Invade Esports is going to be able to pop off in this particular game. They have a relatively good early game towards late game scaling, but I am going to be very nervous with the lineup here of Weibo Gaming, simply because their execution is always on point. And it has been demonstrated not only in the last game, but also in multiple games with various enemies as well. Invade Esports, they do have a tendency to take control the early game. Let's see if they can maintain their hold this time against Weibo Gaming.
I'm hoping. I'm definitely getting my fingers crossed right now. It doesn't look like this lineup of Invade Esports is all about powerhouse. It's all about comfortability. But you know, if we look at it, at least in game number 1, Cat-Type was on the Garen, right? Like, his task was to play defensive. His task was to play on the weak side of the map. But now Invade, of course, has to invest onto him because this is about to happen. A favorable trade right away for Sika, half health or less than half health to Cat-Type.
Oh, not really the best sign right now to see in the Baron lane. Sika just definitely controlling the whole early game as of the moment. It does take some time for the Fiora to scale up and eventually take control against a Riven. That has been the case in some games, even in our prior series where Fado really performed against White Cat at the very end. So now he just has to play things safe. And well, Cat type is known to play things really aggressively. Even in game number 1, we have seen him going in on team fights first, but it has been a double-edged sword for him as well. So right now can be difficult. Oh, barrier gonna be used. Sika took a bit of damage too, but more win for Sika than Cat type.
This is more of a mental advantage if you are Cat type, right? Like, how do you win this now? You don't have access to the honey fruits.
Oh,
Sika is definitely dominating this lane.
That's a huge wave.
Exactly, and he had no choice. There's also going to be an all-in. There's always going to be an all-in potential coming from the Riven. And again, it's already a massive win. For BY Sika.
Oh no, no, not like
best
this.
Varus,
no.
the best Varus. Okay, wrong guess,
Okay,
but
missed.
still a kill.
Yeah, and so that is 300 gold injection towards Fan, and also 300 gold denied towards Cat type just because of that wave, including a cannon as well that even was denied from Rich just because of the rotation there of Wake Up.
Yeah. And this is why I really love Chi on the Varus, right? He flashed away the phosphorus bombs just in time to get access to the honey fruits as well. And although this was a miss, it's hard to predict though. Like, if he hit that, definitely someone has to check his phone. But luckily, there's really no need for that. There's an engage on the top side though.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. The guy actually is taking, still gonna get taken down. Cat type survives. Rich will be traded out. But now here comes Merly, a little bit late. 1-for-1 trade. I would actually be happy here for Cat type in that exchange.
Yeah. So what happened there was the wind slash was it was too late. I don't think the wind slash was ever casted by the Riven, which was the reason why that was a favorable trade overall to invade. Some signs of life as well, because I thought that, his lane was already a gunner. Just because of that kill, it helped a lot.
Well, Fan took a lot of damage there. And Invade Esports still is taking a bit of control here in this game. Not something to be worried about given their really good scaling composition, especially for the Aatrox. But Weibo Gaming does have some strengths now, some angles into this game, particularly Dragon Lane. As long as they continue to bully out Raven, then things are gonna be a little bit bad here for Invade Esports.
Yep, especially this is a Corki versus Varus matchup. This is a replay. Oh, fancy.
So that's what happened.
And sneaky. That's a good one. Because of that ward that was able to spot the rotation by Wake Up. Immediate punish coming from Cat type. Okay.
Oh, sad.
Wake Up
Red line only hitting the terrain.
Yeah, and Wake Up is definitely feeling the tilt right now, right? Those are the plays that you don't expect from one of the best support players in China. Yeah, you could already feel that he's being challenged by Invade Esports to a point that he's not comfortable.
And well, if you Wake Up, well, that's a bit of an oopsie there, head scratcher moment. Still A-okay for the meantime, as long as he gets the crucial members of Invade Esports later on. And that's gonna be key for Weibo Gaming. Now Bluffx might actually be in trouble. Flashes away, and Exhaust as well gonna be invested, but it's not gonna be enough. Or is it? All right.
It's a one for one.
One for one at the very least. Stop saying.
Oh no, Merly is here, and we all know this story. Sika still very mobile though.
Oh wow! Flash in. One more auto attack should do the trick. This time Merly is not late.
4 kills to 3 kills. Invade is again showing some signs of life in the early game. It now boils down to the execution of the late game team fights, right? Fan? Oh no.
Well, Weibo Gaming still gonna be very efficient here. Rich gonna get engaged on. That is a lot of damage he is taking. Raven as well getting hit by the piercing arrow. But still a trade here by Invade Esports. Now they can use the RH top.
It doesn't matter if his Cyclone was mistimed. They were still able to get a kill. And Cat type has to flash away or flash over the wall. Sika against Cat type again. Almost, but not quite. And the objective WBG was able to get the Infernal Dragon. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald, I believe, headed over to Invade Esports, and Invade could easily use it to break open the map right now. Again, with APAC, the story is we love our heralds. That's always the case, right? Every single time we see a China versus APAC matchup, we are happy and content to trade away Dragon if we get access to the Rift Herald and First Tower Gold.
And as long as they continue to use this effectively, then that should be good here for Invade Esports. Try to unlock mid lane, but again, engage here by Chi. Chain of Corruption going to be used. Here's entrance for this engagement. Early! Getting caught by the piercing arrow. Should be good here for Weibo Game. They will trade one more. Chi still having a really good access towards the backline, but Fan trying to sustain himself. Should be able to escape.
She is being ignored.
Extending. That is a big mistake. Well, now Raven trying to pop off. Can he actually get the kill onto Chi? Or will he get taken down?
Okay.
So many stacks on the passive there of Chi, but still, Invade Esports fighting back.
Yeah, Chi was being ignored the entirety of that fight, right? And had it been that the Valkyrie was not available, then it could have been a very dead Corki. We look at that replay once again. We can see that the Rift Herald was able to hit the tower, and very good engage coming from Wake Up. Again, those are the new mechanics that is available today to the Nautilus. You flash in with the ultimate, no chance to react at all for your opponent. And we could see here that they really wanted Fan. Fan, though, was able to survive, and she, again, was ignored the entirety of that fight. And had it connected, it could have been a 2-kill for Chi.
Also, really bad there for Invade Esports to have, the Aatrox fall down. That is a little too deep there for Rich. Another kill for Weibo Gaming.
Yep. Now, if you are Chi, I'm actually eager to know what build path did Chi go with. Because, at this point, he's so ahead that it doesn't matter if he goes for a Trinity Force Rift Maker build, right? Because he's just so... Okay, there's definitely that Yomus. The animation. This is how you play the Varus, right? Like,
yeah,
because you have access to armor penetration, it's a lot easier for you to be able to dish out damage.
Oh no, no riposte here for the Fiora, unable to do anything. But yeah, that is sad.
There you go, and the tower goes down here in the bot lane.
Chain of Corruption as well. Nice zoning there by Rich, but will it be enough as now Wake Up's going to be joining them. Dredge line in range, able to hit onto the Jays now. He is going to be in trouble. Lots of damage thrown out by Weibo Gaming. Even a follow-up there by Fan. A little bit deep into the tower, but still able to disengage. And that leaves Invade Esports again with another death.
Yep. And all while this is happening, Chi is just so safe in the backline. Just throwing arrows after arrows. And also one of the things that I really love about the Varus of Chi is that you look at the records, 402, but his accuracy on the Chains of Corruption as well has been so good, right? I know it's just one skill, but it also is a mark of a very good Varus player if he can hit those very influential ultimates. And again, just as a trivia, Chain of Corruption is one of the most skilled ultimates in the game, and for good reason, because it's just one skill shot, and so you really have to be very accurate with it. There you go!
Oh, look at the accuracy! Look at the funneling! Able to just do it in time the moment Wake Up engages. Now that is that member of Invade Esports. Another victim here as, oh my god. Weibo Gaming, they're just so swift, so crisp, and so precise.
I tell you, Young Chi is really the best Varus player in the world right now. Like, he's playing Varus as if it's an assassin. Like, he's going to flash in with the Chains of Corruption to have that immediate advantage. And there you go, a 3-for-3 special. Not often do we see a Rift Herald hitting the inhibitor tower, but Invade Esports is really in shambles right now. Raven using the package, trying to chase down Sika, but Sika is so far away.
Oh, well, missiles barely hitting. Chocolate? Okay, that is a little ambitious.
Fruits?
Sika survives. That is going to be a big outplay. But they do still get the kill. A lot of things has been invested just for that one kill.
Yeah, we look into the replay of what we were not able to see in this Oh, repost down means man down, right? Like, that's the one thing that you don't want to do. You have to have that repost available, especially against the Riven, because once the cooldown of the repost is not there for you, then there's really no opportunity for you to outplay as a Fiora.
Doesn't have the grand challenge as well, so unable to sustain himself in that particular fight. Despite being under the tower, he wasn't really safe as he should be. Now Weibo Gaming, oh, look at the gold injection towards his team. So huge already. Almost 7,000. Well, not really a whole lot compared to the minutes, but still very sizable in this scaling composition. Now Blockfix is going to be engaged here, or at least assisted by Rich. Oh, wow. Just response into
ignited.
the flash.
Okay, one more hit. He finally
there.
goes down. Faye goes down. But at what cost? WBG is postering in trying to get, another objective for themselves. Sika winning the 1v1 though.
We saw this already.
No way.
Deja vu, but in the bottom lane this time, it's Weibo Gaming engaging onto the top lane. Sheriff Corruption doing a lot. Blockfix completely zone out as Phantom penetrates into the back line.
Flash
Double
in
kill
again.
already. Rich burning to death.
Okay.
Oh. Wow. That is just... Well, this is game over, basically. Weibo Gaming has been dominating INV Esports in the entirety of the game. The moment they got the game rolling, it hasn't been taken away from them ever since.
Yeah, no looking back, and I think she is already godlike in this game. Like the amount of kills that he was able to get in this game without suffering a death. And by the way, all his flashes were offensive flashes, right? None of those defensive flashes. I'm going to preserve my flash if in case if I become mispositioned or anything. It's like man, the guy is just so good with Varus, and another reason why you cannot give him the Varus.
Oh man. And even Sika with the Riven, twice in a row, he got that solo kill onto Cat type. It's just a nightmare right now for Cat type.
Wake up!
Oh no.
Okay.
Depth charge. Gonna be used. Fan is here in the vicinity. Already forced that hero's entrance to try and zone them away, but it is separated fine on the top side. She is just doing a whole lot. That mark gonna be used as well. Auto murder, and that should be it to kill the Aatrox. Now they engage once more here. Faye doing a lot of damage. Basically, is gonna be here as well for the follow-up as Raven is desperately trying to fall back. Rich gonna be the sacrificial Galio here to try and buy some time for Raven to fall back. But what can you do when everyone is just on top of you? And that should be it. The clean ace here for Weibo Gaming.
2 people down to the side of WBG, but with 3 people still available to hit the Nexus. No golden Nexus this time. It will be a clean 2-0 for the Chinese squad, Weibo Gaming.
Really clean movements. Chi and Wake Up. So good. The synergy is just massive. Unbelievable. Oh, pinpoint accuracy as well. At least that is 0.5 second delay on the Chain of Corruption after the flash depth charge.
Yeah.
At most, 0.5 seconds.
Yeah, that was one highlight, right? Like, just how coordinated these two guys is the main reason why Weibo Gaming is a very scary team from the CN conference. But at one point, during that last team fight, Merly was able to find She isolated, and those were the plays that had it been available a couple of minutes earlier, with the goal lead being not that big, then there could have been an opportunity for INV Esports to really win. But now, you look back into that game and say, nice try, INV. They were able to get some early game leads. It's all about cleaning the mid game. It's all about going back to the fundamentals, because the next time out, it's not going to be as hard as Weibo Gaming, right? There are a lot of more teams to face against, and I'm really thinking and I'm really liking the chances of Weibo, not Weibo, but INV Esports. Again, the magic number for the playoffs is the number 4. If you were to ask me, is it doable for them to reach the playoffs? Definitely.
I mean, this is a loss against Weibo Gaming, but I actually want to commend INV Esports for still having a really good early game against Weibo Gaming. They were able to find some pick-offs onto their members. It's just that when team fighting happens, again, Weibo Gaming, similar to other Chinese teams, are just so good at executing them, so good at being precise, being on point with every movement, maximizing all the utilities they have into funneling for that team fight. And we have seen Sika as well completely dominating Cat Type in the lane. Absolutely no comeback potential for Cat Type at that time.
Yeah.
Solo killed him twice as well, top lane and bottom lane. Just so good here for Sika.
Sika can really win the lane by himself, right? Like, I think, you know, at this point, if you are a team that is scouting WBG, you have to send 2 people to try to control Sika in the top lane. And then how do you handle Chi? Well, you just hope that, you know, Chi won't be able to perform well. He
not good.
He's so good with his Varus though. Like, I tell you right now, he's the best Varus player that we have in the tournament, mainly because he uses the Varus as if he has this killer instinct available to him. Flashes in, Chain of Corruption, lands those arrows, and that's good night for everyone. And also his build on the Varus is what I think is the best build right now in WRLA. Gives you a huge amount of early game damage, which you could easily translate into a snowball. And again, there's really no need for you to build late game if there is no late game.
Yeah, it's efficient, it's economic, and it's standard. That's what makes it really work here for the Varus. The AP build isn't really the best so far. It hasn't had a lot of success, even in the 32nd C games. And now it has been demonstrated here as well in the WRL 2023 Season 1 with a match of Esports and Weibo Gaming. Game number 1, we saw Riven try it out, and then it didn't really pop off. Game number 2, Chi performed extremely well. 8-1 and 6 was the scoreline, with such a good synergy as well with Wake Up, and every single member on the side of Weibo Game was just outmatching anyone from Esports as well. A clear demonstration of just how Weibo Gaming does it in Wild Rift.
I just hope, you know, that the next time that we see Varus, they will try to emulate how Chi plays this champion, in where they will be using the flash as an offensive weapon, because that's just so fun to watch. Ladies and gents, Chi, by the way, does not need Stasis Enchant. He would be using, or he would be investing onto the Meteor Enchant, similar to how he plays his Zoe as well, right? His Zoe, if he feels that they are so far ahead, he's not going to invest onto that Stasis, you know, the yellow thing. That's a thing of the past. He wants those Meteor to come down to your team, and also, you know, that extra vision that will be given to his team was so vital as well. We're looking to the results. Match number 1, KBG, the number 1 team, 10-game win streak for them. NAOS, meanwhile, surrendered, a 0-2 loss. Match number 2, FPX winning against OMG, and of course the recently concluded WBG dominating Invade.
7 days in a row, we do see all 2-0 since last Thursday.
Don't jinx
wow.
it. Don't jinx it.
And also, yeah, my bad. And we do see our teams right now rising up, right? FPX having, you know, a better time after their win against OMG. KBG as well, still maintaining at the very top, the only team to have 10-game win streak and a lot of points in their name as well. And we do see Weibo Gaming this time around climbing up, or at least maintaining the top 3 standing that they have prior to the series against Esports.
It's a very stacked tournament, right? I mean, you look at the top 6 teams right now of the Chinese conference, and if you look at the bottom 6, you would still see EDG up there creeping up. And so if it's so hard to predict as to who is going to come out of the playoffs for the Chinese conference. For APAC though, again, it's still very steady. KT will survive at the top of the standings. Close behind is NAOS and NGX from the Philippines. BRU is currently at the number 4 spot, and the bottom 4 are Invade, Cerberus, Fennel, and Team Flash.
BRU able to turn over against Esports after having, you know, Esports getting 2-0. So hopefully Esports does pick up the slack after a while. And our next matches for tomorrow this time around is Fennel actually going up against Trace Esports, J-Team against EDG, the match of the week. And we have also Katie Rolser Y going up against Rare Atom.
J-Team versus EDG is definitely an exciting one, although I think the J-Team would win very handily. Manila Fennel, they are trying to look for their very first win, right? And against Trace Esports, we have to remember that Trace Esports was the very first team that surrendered a loss to an APAC team, and that was, NGX. Although some would say it's an asterisk loss because Weiba did not play. I don't care. Yeah, it's still winnable. Yeah, go APAC, go Fennel, and I just hope tomorrow is going to be more exciting than today, because today it was just no comebacks at all, no game 3. What happened today? I don't know. It was we started at 4 p.m. and we ended, just a couple of minutes behind 9 p.m. That just goes to show it's a very clean show overall, Kiel.
I am going to be excited for tomorrow's game. We have another time to see Fennel going up against a Chinese team, the Trace Esports, and Katie Rolser Y again trying to get a win for the APAC region. It has been a really good day as well, all 2-0s. And of course, we thank our viewers as well for sticking around till the very end. We are your casters, and thank you to Riot Games, BNG Games, and Coca-Cola for having this amazing event possible. See you again tomorrow, and good night to you all.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.